Good evening, Bruce.
Good evening, how are you?
Fine.
I'm okay.
Okay. Good evening, everyone who managed to participate for this revision. So far, we have 8 participants. We can wait like 5 minutes so that we can start at 5:10. Good evening once again. I think for the interest of time, we can start. Good evening, class. Good evening, Bruce.
Good evening once again.
Okay, so this is the revision class for advanced audit and assurance. This revision is organized in partnership with Icpar and some of the experienced lecture. For today, we have Bruce Ntege. He has a lot of experience in audit and financial reporting, and I think candidate can get more about auditing, and he or she can increase the chance for passing this paper. So without taking much time for today's session, welcome, Bruce.
Thank you, Straton. And just to say good evening to all of you who are in there. I know you only are looking at a few days to your exam, but these are a few days that we need to use or to develop a strategy for us to be sure that, yes, our exam should actually within our group should be something that we should walk over with ease. So thank you, Straton, for the introduction. Just to reintroduce, re-emphasize this introduction. My names are Bruce Ntege. I'm a CPA, and I've actually been handling this paper for years and years and years. So I'm having more than 15 years experience in this particular paper, and we actually got to walk through together. It's my wish and objective that by the time we are done, of course, we have 2 sessions. Today is the first of those 2 revision sessions. But by the time we are done with both sessions, we should be a very confident team going to actually sit this paper and have the pass rates go up. But it's not all about passing, but we also want to ensure that it's quality passing. Quality in the sense that, yes, you are good to actually go out there and practice, or to be out there to provide practical support or experience in light of areas that relate to this particular paper. So yes, today we are dealing with A12, and this is the final paper on auditing in your CPA course. Implied that the examiner has no other chance, and Icpar has no any other chance after this paper to examine you on the auditing area. And therefore, as a student preparing for this paper, you must actually equip and even self-check yourself how ready you are in terms of professionalism, because this is the last stage at which you're being examined in the audit paper, and then you must actually be able to exhibit that professionalism in this paper. How am I doing this? I'm going to actually make my presentation in 2 ways. One is that I'm going to give you that overview approach on sitting this paper or writing this paper. That will take me about 30 minutes. The first 30 to 45 minutes would be that. Then after that, we're going to go practical, where I'm going to look or get out past paper exams. And then we are actually getting that approach from the first 30 to 45 minutes. We're going to apply that skill into a real exam past paper question or past paper questions, and see how would we write this question or this paper if you're at the exam. Please remember that at all times, your question and your exam shall be original, not a copy and paste of even the past paper questions. So whereas it's original, the reason why we want and we shall be using the past paper exams is at this level to exhibit our application skill on the principles in terms of this paper when it comes to a question, implying that at any time in your exam for any question, on the basis that you're equipped with 2 things: one, the principles in auditing, but secondly, the application skills, you'll be ready to handle any question, however original the examiner's question shall be. So we are using, therefore, the past paper questions to test and double check how good we are in terms of applying the knowledge within the scenario that we shall find in the exam. So I'll be sharing my screen at this point, and maybe before that, I'll just again remind you or request you that any questions you have or comments you have, you can actually put them in the chat room. So you have a question and answer chat icon on your computer from this calling account. So it's down or wherever it is. Please, if you have a question or you have a comment, place it there. I'll keep getting there to check which questions or updates or comments you want me to go through or you want me to address. Okay, so I will be sharing my screen at this point. Okay, I see somebody, Emmanuel is already complaining that my mic and chat is disabled. Can you assist so that I'll be able to talk or raise a concern or comment once you have it? So you cannot talk until we're able to activate your mic. For purposes of discipline, we have permanently closed the mic, but the chat is open for the questions and answers. My colleague Straton is on the other side. He can just double check whether you are able. Yeah, you are able. That's how come you're able to put your comment there. So, Emmanuel, where you've put your comment is where we want you to put it. It's not the mic. Otherwise, we shall be so many of us talking, and we shall not be able to manage the session. So, write. I will be reading what you've written and responding to it. Okay, fine. So let me just share my screen at this point and then move on to where my presentation is. Okay, so I need to again reintroduce the fact that in addition to being a CPM member, I'm also a certified trainer with Icpar, if you went there. But I also work with a certified tuition provider, a tuition provider with an accreditation with Icpar, and that tuition provider is called Inest Academy Limited. I will be at the end. I will be sharing with you the contacts in there. This tuition provider is an online tuition provider, but we are blending our tuition with now face-to-face starting next year, having already identified a physical office and a physical training center in Kigali, which we are completing in a few days because we've already arranged and organized the place. So we are just completing the different other formalities. So that is Inest Academy Limited. I have been in Rwanda for years. When I first came in there, I also taught with College of Business Studies, CBS, if you've heard about it, and also recently Cornerstone, and now I'm teaching with Inest Academy Limited. And physically, Inest Academy Limited will have a presence by the end of this month, more likely by the end of this week. And next year, January, we are starting our first physical classes in there. I'll share those contacts along the way for you to actually be able to share them widely with all your other colleagues. But also, if you want to have access us, you'll be able to use those contacts I'll share later. Okay, so your paper, A12, you have two sections in the exam, section A and section B. Now, section A will have a case study question, and I'll tell you that we shall also have a mini case study questions in section B, but the case study question or the case study in section A is actually the largest or the biggest, and it's one case study in section A, and it has 50 marks, and those marks are actually compulsory. Now, it's not one, it's one question, but split into, say, different requirements. In total, those requirements will add up to 50 marks. Now, this question will handle any area of the syllabus, but mainly it handles the planning stage of the audit. At the planning stage of the audit is where the auditors runs or conducts what we call risk assessments using quite a number of different approaches. One of them is actually using analytical procedures. So this question one has the risk assessments at the planning stage, which are examined by your examiner in form of issues or questions like audit risks or risks of material misstatements, or even the bigger one, which is the business risks. But that is at the planning stage of the audit. So that question number 1 in total has 50 marks, and all those marks are compulsory, or all the parts of that question are compulsory. Now your section B will have 3 questions, but of the 3 questions, you only choose any 2. So mean that you have the duty to drop one of the 3 questions, and that's why you have a task, which can be a little bit tactical, that which of the 3 questions do I drop? And that is a big decision that you need to make in the exam. Otherwise, you take 2 out of those 3 questions in section B. Each of the 3 questions in section B is 25 marks. Because you are attempting 12 out of the 3, in total you are having 50 marks in that section B. And also remember, question 1 had 50 marks. If you check there for question 1 with this section B questions, you realize that question 1 is double the size and double the marks compared to the section B questions. That does not necessarily mean that you put a lot of your effort. Sorry, you only put your efforts on question 1, but just to tell you that it's important to actually know how question 1 is examined and which areas are examined usually in question 1, to be prepared that questions are half the marks on question 1 or section A question. Please don't go in the exam spotting that question 1 or section A must only be on planning stage of the audit and risk assessments. If you remember, I told you any area of the syllabus. And at this point, I will tell you that don't think that for you to actually pass this paper well, you need to spot which topics or which areas of the syllabus the examiner will examine. Please, this examiner will examine majority or majorly the entire syllabus. And it does not, or there's no statement that this is the topic that he will not examine. He can examine any topic in the paper. So do not spot and say you're focusing and only putting your effort on reading particular topics of your paper. You need to actually read the entire topic, the entire syllabus of this paper for you to get that confidence that yes, you are actually going to look at, you'll be confident with the paper, because you realize that even section B, the questions that will be examined there mainly are questions coming from areas or topics in the syllabus that have not been examined in the section A question, meaning that the examiner has a chance to examine the entire syllabus within just the 4 questions. 3 questions being in section B and 1 question being in section A. Now, you are at the final level of your CPA course. And that is where the examiner looks at you as a student being at the strategic professional level of this particular course. And therefore, at this level, the examiner is not expecting you to just present knowledge, but you must apply that knowledge to a scenario in the aspect or in the atmosphere or environment of a level 3 student. So in other words, you're not coming in there to actually write as if you're writing your foundation or your first level of this paper or sort of this course. You are basically expected to have that skill of applying the information and the knowledge you have into a practical situation, which the examiner will have given to you through a case study, and therefore you're going to be practical. So let me tell you, it's as if in this paper, the examiner is positioning you as if you're seated in an audit firm and you're making decisions as an auditor in respect of an engagement in front of you. And that engagement is either to plan an audit or to conduct an audit or to evaluate and review how the audit has gone or to complete the audit with a report in as if you are practically doing it in an audit office. So it's skill and the knowledge you have into a practical situation and therefore sounding knowledgeable and practical as well. So because of that, at this strategic professional level or final level of your CPA course, you as a student, you are expected to synthesize, in other words, to analyze and look through the situation that the examiner has given in front of you and use that situation to evaluate as an auditor who's going to make decisions or recommendations within the audit team. And usually at this level, you're not just an audit assistant, but you're at a manager level or partner level, and you're actually going to evaluate the circumstances under which a particular audit is being planned and make recommendations or make decisions. As a result, therefore, you should be well equipped with the analysis skills and application skills, because it's at this level that the examiner wants to see that well exhibited your analysis and application skill. And because of that, you should be able to comprehend or understand and appreciate how to go about a circumstantial audit issue or a circumstance within an audit, in which case you are going to use what we call a checklist. That and here I'll tell you that while you're in the exam, any question or scenario you're addressing with a question, you need to actually have this check to answer it. And I have actually been able to achieve the objective based on the examiner's requirement. And that's why you have a checklist to look at. For example, you ask yourself, have I answered all the parts of the question? Because question 1, for example, with 50 marks, may have a part A, part B, part C, part D. There can be as many as 5 parts, for example. And some of those parts could even have subparts, A1 or A2. So check before you move away from that question and ask yourself, have I answered all the parts of the question? Have I even made my answer in the format that the examiner has required? For example, if the examiner says that I want you to actually draft a report to those charged with governance, in which you are actually going to report your findings regarding the internal control weaknesses of the client and recommendations, is my response in a format that is applicable for a report to those charged with governance? So ask yourself that before you leave that question. Is it even possible that in that question, you need to have organized your answer in such a way that you have headings and subheadings? And in that case, you are communicating. So such a paper, whereas it's implied or hidden, this examiner wants to see how good you are in communicating. Today you are communicating in terms of writing because it's an exam. Because tomorrow in the office, the examiner would want, or Icpar would want to see a professional communicator through you as a professional accountant in the role you are playing. So therefore, start exhibiting this in the answer you are actually displaying to your examiner, that yes, I have headings and subheadings where appropriate. Please, the answer you are writing should actually be in such a way that its length or its volume is tailored to the marks. For example, if the requirement or part of the question has a requirement that is asking for only 3 marks, it will not be appropriate and good time management on your side to start writing 5 pages for just 3 marks. So the volume or length of your answer should be appropriate to the number of marks available to that part of the answer, so the part of the question you're answering. And this is the reason why today I'm going to be practical to take you through exactly what statements do I write if the question is on audit risk, or the question is on risks of material misstatements, or the question is business risks. So that those statements are making sense and I don't have to write stories of volumes for me to earn the marks. How do I write the statement on audit risk or business risk or risk of material misstatement or audit reporting or an evaluation and review or an audit procedure? How do I write? And I don't have to write stories and I'm writing pages of your answer based on the fact that you know how to write that answer is appropriate to the number of marks, and you don't waste a lot of time, or even size of your answer is not actually beyond what the examiner would expect. There are parts of this question or this paper that will require you to maybe calculate. A lot of this paper is narrative. You're going to write a lot than calculations, because this is not a financial reporting paper. Instead, you're auditing and you're feeding back through your audit report what your findings are. So it's so much about writing or narrative than calculation, but where you may need to calculate. In this question, they will not have a specific question asking you to calculate, but you may be needed to calculate to support your explanation. Like, for example, materiality or analytical procedures to support your risk assessment with a trend analysis or a ratio assessment or an analytical procedure. Please, those calculations should be cross-referenced to the narrative. Mean that when you're explaining, you may need to actually refer, assuming that you've computed a couple of ratios and trends, and then you've put them in an appendix or a table, and you're making your explanations regarding those figures. Please refer in your explanation, refer that this gross profit margin that has increased by 10% compared to last year, which is an indication that there could be a risk that sales or costs have been misstated. Please refer that gross profit margin of say 10%, you say in the table or the appendix below. So cross-reference them. Where you don't have to put a table separate or an appendix separate for those calculations, in your own narrative or explanation, you can put your calculations in there. Please don't, yes, it's okay, the examiner will not penalize you if you just put the figure to say this item is 20% of total assets and therefore material. It's okay, but I would encourage that before you write, or without just writing 20% of a figure against say total assets, show the working. You don't have to have it so mathematically complicated or complex or detailed. You just say 10 million divided by 15 million times 100%. That's 20%. Please let the person marking your script see where you've gotten that 20% without necessarily putting a lot of detail, but you've helped the person marking your script to know that yes, 20% you're giving is not out of the blue. It's not a crammed figure. It's well supported by a calculation. Otherwise, the other tips that you need to pass this paper well with confidence is to ensure that you actually manage your time well in the exam. And I'll take you through later in a moment. How do we manage and strategically position ourselves to manage the time well? Because what at times can disorganize you is time management. I'll look at that more later. Otherwise, because you're at the professional level of your course, it's also important that your answers are drafted and are given or crafted in a professional manner. So don't leave your answer hanging, or don't put the person marking your script in a situation where he's now going to start assuming that I think this student wanted to say this. Please write it. Don't write it in volumes, but make sure that in that short, precise, and concise statement, you've brought out all the messages that the marker is supposed to actually receive or see. Otherwise, beyond just the little content or books that you have, I would encourage that you may widely research. You have a few days to the exam. Yes, you have good content from the Icpar website in terms of this paper, because there will be a textbook in there. If you have other additional materials, please add on what Icpar has given to you as a complement. For example, if your lecturer, because I believe that most of you or all of you are being tutored, or you go for tuition classes through what we call tuition providers. Those lecturers have provided you with lecturer notes, or this institute has provided you with institute notes. Complement and add on the Icpar materials such that you have a wide base of information from which you are actually going to confidently display your answer. So don't restrict yourself to narrow or to just one source of information. If you are able to access other sources, it will help you get additional knowledge, but also help you with additional information that you may need for your exam. I'll tell you that for students that usually struggle to pass, the reason at this level of your Icpar or CPA papers that you may not easily pass or struggle to pass is because such a poor student or such a weak student is not even answering the question in light of the requirement. So please don't go in the exam and start drafting your own requirement. The examiner has drafted the requirement he wants you to answer. So for example, if the examiner has said that, can you recommend, sorry, can you analyze or evaluate the business risks that are being faced by this client. Please answer the question, which is to evaluate business risks. Don't start answering audit procedures there. That question is not audit procedures. Don't start saying that the management, don't start saying goodwill shall therefore be audited using these following procedures. In that case, you're not that strong student on that question. You will not pass that question because the examiner will not go by your answer because that answer is not addressing his question. So it's important you answer the question based on, you provide an answer based on the question that has been given to you by the examiner. Now, if possible, of course, I've already said it, don't write volumes, don't write stories. Ensure that you have a limited, ensure that you have a concise, but very, very articulate kind of answer. Otherwise, limited or no level of discussion, what people can take as maybe bullets or identification marks will not earn you sufficient marks to pass. So let me again give an example. If the question is audit risks, and you know that a risk in there, which is inherent, and those are the main, the most common risks you'll find, then you say that the client has not presented, or it's possible the client has not recognized the asset in the balance sheet. That statement is not good enough because you've not supported why you think or what implication that has even on the financial statements. Why do you think the client has not recognized that asset in the place where it should be? Maybe the client has wrongly expressed it. The examiner wants to hear that on the basis that the client has wrongly expressed this item that should be capitalized, therefore the client has not complied to this accounting standard, which requires that item to be capitalized as part of property, plant, and equipment. Therefore, as a result, the expenses are overstated with that wrong amount that has been put in there, while the asset or the property, plant, and equipment has been understated by not including that asset in the balance sheet. So that is how you are explaining yourself to the examiner, as opposed to just limiting or having even nothing like even a discussion around that particular point that you wanted to make. The best you would have gotten from the examiner is simply an identification mark which does not go above half a mark. Yet perhaps that point you're making could have earned you 3-4 marks. Now, another problem students have, especially at this level, it can even be throughout the course, but usually at this level, is poor time management. Remember, I'm going to have time to talk about this more to help you appreciate how do we manage our time well in the exam. Otherwise, for you to actually get that confidence and walk out of the examination room with the confidence that, yes, you're very certain you've passed your paper, ensure that your structuring of the answer is logical enough and can actually be able to appease or will be able to attract the attention of your examiner and the person marking your script in respect of how the question has been phrased. And ensure you prioritize the points you make. There are some audit risks that are more significant than the others. Don't put a lot of your energy on those that are very small or very slight or insignificant risks when the big ones or most significant risks are already there and you're not putting time on them. Please, the examiner already has a marking scheme where he has already prioritized those very significant points, and he has already alerted people who are going through your scripts that this point shall earn up to 5 marks, but the small point earns maybe 2 marks, sorry. So prioritize the points you're making. If possible, you have lots of handwriting problems for people who are going through your scripts. So big letters, but size and space. If you're starting a new point, why don't you start it on a new line than actually squeezing it with another? And because you've squeezed, you have 5 points in one paragraph. So I would actually be encouraging you to start each point on a fresh new line so that you're able to space out between the different points you're making, and you're allowing the person making your script, make it easier for him or her to actually go through and easily know this point is already up there, or this point is a fresh one, and I'm giving it its full marks. I'll continue to talk about time management because one of the issues that students usually have. Otherwise, specifically, I'll tell you that what you need a thorough understanding of the relevant audit, assurance, and financial reporting requirements, including standards, which fall within the syllabus, are very key for you to actually prepare for this paper. So at this point, I will tell you that there are certain topics that may not even have been fully or well addressed at the lower paper. So the initial audit paper, which you see for the first time at that level in this paper. Topics like money laundering, topics like forensic investigations or forensic audits, topic like group audits. It is at this level that you see enough of them, and therefore they will feature the exam as regular as possible. So you need to have a thorough understanding of the relevant audit issues around money laundering, for example, or around forensic investigations, for example, or around group audits, because at this point, your examiner is aware that you've gone through papers in financial reporting that have put you in that place where you're comfortable with group accounting. So you now go to audit a client who has prepared consolidation of group accounts, or even financial reporting issues. So because you're auditing financial statements, knowledge of accounting standards, IFRSs, not details, but basic knowledge of those IFRS standards is key. So mean that at this point, with a few days to go, ask yourself, how good am I with basic, not all the detailed knowledge? How good am I with the basic knowledge of the IFRSs? Especially IFRSs whose topics in audit fall within the scope or within the syllabus. So just recall, because you've done this or you're doing papers that are like A13 at the same time, check how good are you with the topics in A13 advanced financial reporting, basically the standards in there, because you're now auditing the financial statements that have IFRSs in them. At this point, you're checking those financial statements, mean that you need to know the IFRSs before you can actually audit them. So a thorough understanding of those basic principles on auditing, on accounting standards is very key for you to confidently prepare and sit this exam. But otherwise, not only do you need knowledge of those accounting standards or auditing issues, you need to be able to be equipped with the skill of applying that knowledge in the specific information given to you in the scenario. And this is why you do not have to rot land or cram to say, because I'm now talking about sampling, or because now I'm talking about business risk, let me talk about all factors and examples of business risk issues that I've read in a textbook. Some of them are actually operational risks. Some of them are financial related risks. Some of them are compliance and other related risks. And I remember the examples of those business risks that fall under operational risks. Then I start citing them or writing them in the script. If the scenario is not pointing to that kind of operational risk or financial statement risk, please don't waste that time. So focus your answer by applying, yes, your good knowledge on those examples of business risks to only the information that is specific from the content given to you within the case study. Otherwise, at this level, your examiner expects you to have had or gathered or gained or get equipped with the ability to have and to make recommendations and, where applicable, independent opinion, which are supported or justified with reasoned arguments. So this is the paper where you're going to make recommendations, because at this level, your examiner expects that when you're done with this paper, you can even go and practice. As a partner or manager, you have key decisions you're going to make in light of how the audit is going to move. So I'll also tell you that, again, as much as, yes, this is a paper that you think were academic, in practice, the audit firms also look at commercial factors that ensure that they survive, they continue to exist, they earn income, and they're able to incur and meet the expenses. So because of that, that audit practice requires a lot of commercial considerations. But those commercial considerations should be confined within the ethical environment or ethical boundaries. For example, as audit firms, they need clients because that's where their source of income is. But those clients should actually be where the are getting engagements, that one must ensure that they are ethically upright, but also in terms of quality management or quality controls, they must ensure that the quality controls and quality management is robust. For example, it's not all a matter of saying that I want to maximize my revenue by getting any client who comes to ask for an audit, including clients where as a partner, I am a shareholder. No, that cannot be acceptable. However big or income and viable it's actually giving you money, it is not ethically acceptable. So yes, we need to appreciate the commercial factors, but we need to take them into consideration within the professional limits and boundaries to ensure that our practice management and the audit and the running of that firm is actually acceptable to the regulators and to the codes, international codes of ethics. Now, we should also, at this level, in this paper, be aware of the fact that there are current issues and current developments that impact heavily and directly on the running of the audit, and therefore the conduct of the audit and assurance practices. So it's at this level that the examiner will examine current issues. We currently know that world over, there's a lot of demand or call in a couple of things. One, there are so many clients or companies that are actually running digital finance, or there are so many companies whose technology applications have gone high compared to the long years ago. Or there's even a lot of attention right from the governments in respect of social and environmental issues that companies must comply to. And you're auditing these companies. You're auditing a company that is not actually transacting in hard cash. Just imagine, even today, if you can even go plain and basic, you'll walk to clients who are not actually having cash in real cash, but cash in terms of virtual cash, like mobile money. And that's how they are paying off their customers, sorry, their suppliers, or paying off their employees, or meeting certain operational costs, including paying bills like water or paying bills like electricity. They are not actually paying cash. So we've moved to that world. So how do we position our audit practice and therefore our audit approach when we have such applications? And that's why you'll hear things like computer-aided auditing techniques, where the auditor must actually come and interrogate your virtual system, to the extent that even the computer systems are now changing over time. So you are now seeing that the COVID implication is even changing the nature and the type of how companies are running the operations. Because of that, then the auditor must move as fast to ensure that it's up to speed with how clients are changing their operations because of changes in technology. So in this question, so in this paper, you must be appreciative of that fast moving development in the audit and assurance practice being driven by so many factors in this world that rotate around the clients that we are actually going to audit. Now, I'll therefore tell you that for each question that you're going to address, whether any part of the question, these are the 4 key elements that you need to pay attention to. One, and always as a good skill, you need to first read the requirement. Don't just rush to read the story or the scenario or the case study. Go quickly to read the requirement. When you read the requirement, understand what the question is about. Understand so that you're ready to read the requirement, knowing what you're looking for. So secondly, read the scenario that is actually going to be the place that feeds you the points that you're going to answer the requirement with. Then if possible, plan your answer. Plan your answer in a way that you take into consideration the time, but you also take into consideration the requirements of that question. And then write the answer. So I'll look at each of them, starting with the bit of the understanding the requirement. So to understand the requirement, like I've said, read that requirement, highlight in that requirement what are the instructions from the examiner. Is it to explain, or is it to only outline, or is it to evaluate, or is it to comment, is it to discuss? So you need to highlight, because you will have to do what the examiner has wanted you to do, to explain. Don't start stating or outlining when the question is to explain. And even then explain what, those are the contents, explain the audit risks. So you need to understand the content, so highlight that content. Now, in this case, the instruction can be described or explained. So these instructions are important for you to actually be well clear with, because some of them are not written in the same way. So, for example, if you are to discuss or to justify or to suggest, you may always have to have a conclusion. It's very important for that, as opposed to state or outline or to mention. Okay, so instruction. So mean that in this case, it's important that you highlighted that instruction, because you need to write as per the instruction. Then in that case, what are you describing or explaining? It's the content. That could be maybe the audit procedures, or that could be maybe the matters to consider before you accept to take on the engagement to audit the client, or it could actually be explaining the internal control deficiencies that you have identified from the scenario, or it could be the evidence called the audit evidence that maybe should be available or you need to be able to support the audit opinion, or it could be the implications or effects or consequences of something, maybe the implications if the client does not correct a misstatement, what will be the implications on your audit opinion or audit report. Or it could be risks like business risks or audit risks or risks of material misstatements, or it could actually be a question where the examiner wants you to explain why a client has not or will not want to correct a misstatement, or why. At times it says why or reasons. So mean that's the content. So I'm explaining why a client may not want to correct a misstatement. So you are actually explaining inquiries you will make, and those are questions you raise to the management of the client or those charged with governance or the audit committee. Or you're explaining objectives, maybe the objectives of the audit planning or the objectives of the analytical procedures at the planning stage, or the weaknesses or limitations or disadvantages or advantages of things like joint audits, or things like maybe assessing internal controls before you actually conduct audits, to help you with the detailed audit plan for your substantive or detailed test. So please, that content, if I'm reading the requirement, I should actually underline it, so that when I'm writing my answer, I'm checking whether I am actually writing audit procedures rather than writing something else. So it's very important that you understand the requirement, where you have highlighted the instruction and the content. Step number 2, like we've said, you actually are now going to check what you are in the scenario, because you're now going to start planning your answer. So you make sure at this point that you understand what's your role in this scenario. And the examiner will always start by saying you are the manager, or you are the partner, or you're the senior manager. Mean that you're addressing yourself and you're actually responding to the requirement based on the position they've given you. Importantly, pick the information in the scenario that relates to the dates, because the dates in there are very key. They're going to guide a lot. Like if you're talking about subsequent events, then the dates for the audit, the dates for the financial statements, which is the year end, or the date of the audit, or the date of the annual general meeting, those are very key in terms of your even the date of the financial year. If the client says that this client acquired the asset, the property, plant, and equipment at the end of the year, so that date of acquiring the asset at the end of the year is very important, because then you are not expected to start discussing risks related to depreciation if the asset was acquired by the client at the end of the year. So please map out or highlight the dates that are in the scenario, because they are going to be key points or key tips to the answer that you're drafting. But you also need to look out for the status of the client. I'll tell you that a listed client, or a client that is listed on a stock market, poses a lot of threats and requires a lot of good planning and good audit conduct before you actually conclude that, yes, I have done good work on this client. Especially if we have quite stringent regulations on how to approach a client that is listed, including even the ethical implications. They will tell you that if a client is listed, for example, it would not be in the good, you'll not be actually in a good position if you're earning revenue or fees, audit fees from that client that is actually more than 15% of your total income as an audit firm for the last 2 consecutive years. That puts you in a situation where self-interest rate is so high that you may not be able to actually control your desires and your financial attachment on this client, and therefore your audit may not be objective. Even if it's objective, it may not be perceived by the public that you're independent of that client, because of the fact that you're financially dependent on that client. And because of that, the different international codes or the different codes on ethics will demand that you don't have to run away from the client, but increase your income base by getting other clients, or drop some of the issues or areas other than audit that you are actually giving this client. Other services, you may need to drop some of them to remain that robust, independent on this client, and therefore objective. So you need to look out for the status of the client. In the scenario, they will tell you is unlisted, or is a listed client, or is actually applying for listing status. Look at the nature of the client's business, because the client's business talks a lot in terms of how you're planning the audit, especially in terms of the risk assessments you perceive, the risks you majorly perceive that are inherent on the client, with the client, impacting on the financial statements. For example, if this client is in the health sector and therefore is involved in things like selling pharmaceutical products like drugs or medicines, you'd expect that that client is highly regulated in any country by the government to ensure that that client does not, as a business, sell products that are actually unhygiene, or products that are unacceptable, or products that are outdated because they've expired, to actually bring about a health problem to the people in the country. So therefore, I should therefore plan my audit with that in the context, with that in the mind. So I need to look at what is the client's business, and therefore how does the business of the client impact on the environment and the regulations and the different aspects like tastes and preferences of customers and the level of competition that eventually impacting on the financial statements that have come to audit. I may also, as I read the scenario, to help plan my answer well, I may need to look at the extent to which the client has computerized or brought about technology in his operations and reporting system. So if this client, for example, is running sales online and he has a web-based app sales, which are also linked to the accounting system, if when a customer buys or places an order, the accounting system picks that and its revenue, and yet the website is not up to date. Five customers have picked the same item. That is likely going to impact on the client's revenue, which is linked to that system, and that revenue is going to be overstated because one item will be reported to have been sold 5 times, but can also impact on reputation of the client, and can even extend to what we call litigation. If the 5 customers took this client to court to say, we actually bought things that are not their ghost sales. So all that impacts on the financial statement. So the nature and the extent to which the company's or the client's system is computerized can have audit implications, right, arising from the financial statement impacts that can have. But also remember that you'll also need to approach that computerized system with your computer-aided auditing techniques. Otherwise, I'll tell you that when you plan your answer well, that planning of the answer will always lead to an organized logical structure of your answer, and the extent of a good plan of your answer will usually depend on 2 factors. To what extent do you break down the requirements? For example, a requirement can have something called and. That, for example, they will say that, can you recommend, can you identify or can you explain the matters that you think are important and recommend the procedures you'll conduct. That word and, it means that that question has 2 elements in the requirement. Have you answered both elements to ensure that you have actually addressed the question? So it's good planning if you look at both the matters to consider, and that and is another part, the evidence you would want to find or have for you to actually conclude that that item has been well addressed by the audit team and also the client. Please, again, your planning should ensure that you take into account the mark allocation so that you don't overwrite or underwrite. So you base it on the mark. Otherwise, planning your answer should not take you a lot of time. If that question has, say, 50 marks and you are looking at half the time of the 3 hours, 45 minutes, or 3 hours, 45 minutes, you are looking at that question or 3 hours and a half, you're looking at that question taking something like maybe 103 hours is 180 minutes plus 30 other minutes. That is 210 minutes. So half of that is something like 105 minutes. So you should actually structure your answer to in such a way that you have done that 105, but some of the 105 minutes are included in your planning of the answer. So ensure that you plan the answer, because a good plan of the answer will give you a good answer, or will help you draft a good answer, as opposed to just running because you're thinking you're wasting a lot of time. But remember always to have read your requirement thoroughly. If possible, keep looking at the requirement as you're writing to check whether you're actually explaining, not stating, because the requirement and instruction was to explain, or you're actually writing audit procedures, not something else other than audit procedures, because the question was explain the audit procedures. So as you do that, always highlight the verb of that requirement. The verb is the instruction. Are you to describe? Are you to evaluate? Are you to comment? And also, where possible, that word add to say how extended is that requirement. Now, plan your answer in such a way that it actually highlights, or you have mapped it out to say, I have 5 points and this question has 5 marks. Perhaps each point is 1 mark, and these are my 5 points, and therefore my 5 points, I'm now writing them. I'll tell you that it's important to put those 5 points, which is your answer plan, on the answer sheet. There's a lot of students who do that on the question paper. They put the bullets that I think I need 5 marks, and therefore I need 5 points, and he puts his rough 5 points or bullets on the 5 points on the question paper. If time caught up with you and you've not written all the 5 points, maybe you've written 3 out of 5, the person who would have marked your script with the answer sheet having those 5 bullets at the top will come and look for those 2 where you've put them there. Though you'll not get full marks because you've not explained them, you'll at least get half a mark called identification mark, which would not be the case if you had put those bullets in on your question paper, because a question paper is taken away without your name on it. Nobody will know whose question paper was this, which had those bullets. But an answer sheet has your details, whereby a person who's marking your script will, in terms of your code as a student, will give those 2 extra points, half a mark, and perhaps the 2 half marks are giving you the 1 mark, pushing you from a 49 to a 50 and passing. So I'd encourage that you plan your answer. Those bullets people write on question papers, put them on the answer sheet and say this is question number 2, and perhaps you can say answer plan, and you put those 5 bullets and then start answering or explaining them. If time caught up with you, somebody marking your script goes back to that page and says, yes, I can see 2 more points, but you've not explained them. I can only give you half a mark for each of those 2, and that actually adds up to your marks. Now, please, if you're writing the explanation, avoid making half statements or half sentences. Fully complete the statement. Let it be fully understood without necessarily writing volumes or stories, but make the statement precise or concise, however short it is, for a person to know the content. For example, if I'm writing an audit procedure, and I'm trying to write an audit procedure in respect of going to inspect a building or inspect vehicles to confirm that those vehicles exist, I'll just write a very short statement, but it has brought out all the characteristics of an audit procedure. I'll say, physically inspect the building to confirm its existence. That student has earned a full mark, and that statement does not even finish a whole line. You're better than a student who has just said, physically inspect the building. That student has only gotten half a mark because that's a half a sentence. Let me repeat. 2 students, one student says, physically inspect a building. Another student has said, physically inspect the building to confirm its existence. That student has finished the sentence. So that student has 1 mark. The other student has made half a sentence. That student only has half a mark. And that student has gotten out of the exam room saying, yes, the question had 5 marks for audit procedures. I wrote the 5 audit procedures, but they were half sentences. That student did not have 5 full marks. He got half of each of the sentences, and that's not full marks for that question. Sorry for that answer. So avoid where possible those half marks or half statements, sorry. Now, finally, write your answer based on the plan or based on what you've crafted in there. As you write your answer, importantly, ensure that your answer is well organized. It's good to read. Somebody gets the appetite to say, I wish I can read on and on and on, because you have organized it in such a way that it has headings, it has subheadings, and these headings and subheadings are being driven by the requirement. I'll show you. The pity is that you're having a paper-based exam. If it was even a computer-based exam, it would be fun because you keep actually increasing your space to above each point to complete your statements in there. In this paper-based exam, you need to be subjective. How many lines do I leave? Or even then, if I'm doing the answer plan, I know this is the bullet or point for each of the points. But please ensure, where applicable, that you have mapped out those particular paragraphs, if possible, with small, slight headings. You don't have to make a statement in the heading to make it the heading. You just say inventory, and then write the things you want to talk about inventory. You don't have to say measurement and classification and presentation of inventory. That alone is a very long heading, taking a lot of your time. Yet the examiner is not marking the heading. He's only happy to see that you've presented your answer in an organized way with headings. Why you don't even feel like you don't know how to put a heading, just leave in spaces. For example, if I write 2 points, after each point, I can leave a line in between and go to another line. So every when I leave a line in between these 2 paragraphs, then that is a line that I would have written the heading. And to me, the examiner is not marking the heading, so he's not going to penalize me to say, why didn't you put the heading and you left the line empty? Me, I know I'm writing now inventory because the first line was about property, plant, and equipment. So now I'm writing inventory. And then that line in between is spacing, is a space to allow the examiner know you have now gone to a different point or to a different issue. Other is also avoid rewarding of the requirement in the introductory sentences. So there's that tendency where the examiner said, can you explain the audit risks that need to be considered in the planning of the final audit of ABC Limited? Then you start each point, you say, the audit risk that should be considered in the planning of the audit of ABC Limited is goodwill has not been well calculated. Then that point you write it. Then you go. The next paragraph or the next point, again you start. The audit risk that should be considered in the planning of the audit is that the company has not classified the property, plant, and equipment appropriately. Then you write. Then each point you start the audit risk to be, you are repeating the requirement. The examiner says, I know it's me as an examiner who has given you the requirement. You don't have to keep reminding me. So avoid rewarding and repeating that requirement every when you're starting a new point. The examiner is aware of the requirement. He's not even going to mark the requirement you're repeating. For him, he's marking your answer to the requirement. Maintain a sentence structure to make your point. So each point, have it within a sentence. The better with your examiner is that every sentence or statement you've made that is linked to the requirement and addresses the requirement appropriately earns you a mark. Having earned your tick, it earns you a mark. So keep that sentence as clear, as short, as precise as possible to avoid overwording it and confusing the person who's reading your script. Because the more you can write on it, the more you can start getting confused yourself, but also confusing the person who's reading your script. If possible, limit your explanations or definitions of key terms in this paper. Limit, don't, when you're writing, as if you're writing a point and you're wanting to emphasize an item being material, and you want to say that this line or the depreciation of property, plant, and equipment is material on the basis that it's 2% of maybe it's 20% of profit before tax. That statement is finished and full mark. Don't start by saying materiality is an item is considered to be material if its omission or misstatement would actually significantly impact on the decision making process of the user of the finance. You're defining materiality for no reason. Nobody is going to give you that mark. The question or the information needs you to say, is that depreciation material? go to straight to the point that depreciation of PPE is 10% of profits before tax, and therefore it's material. Full stop, 1 mark. In such a short, precise statement where you've avoided to define or redefine those terms that are not required to be defined or not being examined to be defined. So don't go in there saying that I'll be defining all those things because I'm now writing a point which has audit sampling. Let me first define audit sampling. Because I'm writing a point which has audit risk, let me first define audit risk. And I'm telling you out of experience, I know as a student, you're going to, not you, not the ones who are listening to me, but I know out there are so many students who are there practicing or even prepared to say, when I get in that exam and the question is on audit risk, I know that the factors that make up audit risks are 3: inherent risks, control risks, and detection risks. So each point on audit and inherent risk, I'll first define inherent risk is the risk that this and this and this happens. Then I say, therefore, this client has this inherent risk because of this and this and this. So you're wasting the point on defining inherent risk. The person marking your script will bypass or leave that statement and go to the statement of where and how is it an inherent risk, not you defining it. Again, I want to repeat, if you go to this exam and you start defining inherent risk or control risk or detection risk, when the question is asking you to explain the audit risks, you are not hitting the mark for that definition of inherent risk. The examiner is aware that at this level, any student doing a paper at this level knows what's inherent risk because you were actually taught inherent risk at the intermediate level when you're doing the audit paper there, I-1.4. So he knows you did that. So if you go to this paper to write a question or an answer on ethics, and you're starting to say self-interest threat is therefore defined as, or self-review threat is therefore defined as, you are not hitting a point. At this level, your examiner is aware that you know, and everybody should be knowing self-review threat because you are taught self-review threat, what it means at I-1.4. So today you should be telling us how come there's a self-interest threat, how is the self-interest threat there, and what does it impact on the auditor's approach of the audit if he's faced by that ethical threat. That is what the examiner is looking for. So only limit definition of terms when the question says that define forensic auditing, because at this level, you will not have done forensic auditing. At the other level, this paper can ask you as part A of the question, define forensic investigation or distinguish between forensic auditing and forensic investigation. There you define what's forensic auditing, what is forensic investigation. Or this paper can say that explain to the manager or explain to the audit partner what money laundering implies. Then there you may want to first define money laundering. That's okay, because that requirement implies you to define it. Please don't go in this paper defining every key term you have seen or you know until the requirement says that. That is for the level called I-1.4. It's at intermediate level where we define. Now, try to achieve a reasonable level of explanation. So this paper is not an English paper to say, we want to say how good is this student in knowing how to write English. So just a limited level of English is okay. Don't go in there panicking to say, I'm not good in writing these English words. Please, as long as your words make up, the person who's marking your script, Icpar has equipped its marking team to ensure that they pay attention as much as possible to the detail that the student is writing the answer without rushing, to look at those statements you've put in there, to add them up, to say what sense is this student writing. So it's not a paper on English that you must have written very good English or very complex English for the person marking your script to understand you. But as I said, ensure you leave space in between your points to allow the person to know that you've gone to another point rather than mixing up everything. Now, the question then is, how much as a student should you write? Avoid writing a lot, where you are writing for 5 marks, you're writing 5 pages. That is not good. And that's why today you're going to say, how do we write when I pick some of the questions? Answer the question that has been set on the basis that you've highlighted the instruction and the content, and be precise and concise in your answer. Don't overwrite or don't stretch an answer according to the question. question that has not been answered. So of the statement you're making as you write in terms of the examiner's requirement. Are you writing relevant? Now, I'll tell you that you cannot do that if you only listen in or you only read the answers of the revision kits and say, now I am ready for the exam. You need to practice. For example, as I go through the questions today, I know, yes, you're in the freedom of your homes or in the freedom of your offices and nobody's in there. You're not young kids who are being pushed that right. But I will tell you that me, while I was a student, I would ensure that I always write with the exam, with the lecturer, so that I feel much more confident with my own written content than waiting for the lecturer to send me the document. Of course, we shall send, but that document is not fully felt by you if it's not written by you. So I'll be very happy if you actually write it yourself. Okay, sorry, I'm back. So we're saying that for you to get that good confidence for your exam, practice between now and the exam date. Because that practice that is from your own is going to make you perfect by the exam date. On the exam date, if you've practiced 2 or 3 questions on audit risk or audit reporting, which we know those are the areas that are normal and common in the exam, then on that day, the question on audit reporting or the question on risk assessment will be one of your other questions. It will be very easy and light for you. I'm talking this on the basis of facts because I know most of us, we are all mature people, so we're not being pushed or dictated like young children who are told, open the book now, start writing. Here, it's up to you to write or not write. But there's a tendency or there's experience that those that just look on and wait, give me the document, are people who are going to write for the first time on the exam, and those people are going to start remembering, how did he write this? How did he actually put this statement there? And you're doing that now in the exam. It's going to take you energy, effort, and time to remember. And yet your colleague or friend who has been practicing is moving on. So I would encourage that you practice as good as I'm going to write for you on the screen here. If possible, you can also have your own book somewhere there and you're writing, or you have a computer gadget and you're typing. Because for me, I can't be with you. I would be writing on a board there. For you, you could be writing on a book, on a piece of paper to help you practice on your own. But even after today, you continue to do the same. Okay, so the people who are marking your script or your paper are people who have been professionally trained with the examiner to ensure that they actually are marking it in a way that is fair. So they will not allocate marks based on how good English you've written. So the marks in this paper and in the entire course, CPA, are not based on good English or grammar, because this is not an English exam. So don't go in there thinking that I need to have perfect English to earn the marks. No. Generally, For every well-explained point you're going to make, you are earning 1 mark. If you even further develop it with examples or with references or consequences or an extra insight, you are earning another mark. Let me give you an example. If I'm writing a question, a point on business risk, I'll say, and let me pick a case where this company has actually been, assuming that I've done work for a client and the client is not happy with my work, it's poor quality, and the client is likely going to take me to court because I've not complied to the contractual terms in respect of the quality of the work. So this is how I would write my business risk. I will say that in respect of the fact that the fact that the work has not been done in line with the terms and conditions of the contract, it's possible or potentially that the customer will take the client to court, and therefore will involve, or the client will undergo a huge litigation process or legal process while in court. That is going to earn you a mark. You've explained you've explained the fact that there's a business risk in respect of the fact that this client has not provided quality work for his customer, which is a risk that the client is going to be taken to court and there's going to be a litigation. Now, if you want to earn the extra mark, give the consequence of that. You'll say that consequently, therefore, the client will be penalized with a legal penalty, which will impact negatively on the client's cash flows due to the payment of the legal penalty. That is the consequence. That statement is the second statement earning you the second mark. That student has well developed his point. Let me repeat. I have 2 statements I'm going to make to earn the 2 marks. One is that I'll say that in respect of the poor quality service given to the customer will likely take the client to court in view of the fact that the client has not complied to the contractual terms of the service. That is 1 point. It's explained, and that earns me a mark. Then I'll say, as a consequence, that is my second statement. As a consequence, due to the legal penalties that the client may suffer, this will impact negatively on the client's cash flows through payment of the penalty. That is the second mark. I have well developed that point. So that is how I'm answering a question on business risk. So I've just given that to you as an example. Now, therefore, to score marks, that answer needs to be specific to the information in the scenario. So mean that in the scenario, there should have been a point where the client that I'm auditing has provided a poor service to the customer and the customer has complained, with a potential that the customer may take the client to court. So I'm using that information from the scenario to develop my point on the business risk. So don't go outside the information in the scenario to start thinking that, while I was reading the textbook, I also saw other examples of business risk. Let me use this chance to write them, especially considering that you are having an open book exam. Because you have an open book exam, you're opening this textbook or these materials, and there's that paragraph or that chapter on business risk, and they are giving examples in that chapter, and they are the ones you want to use as your examples or points on business risk. Yet they're not relevant to the specific information in the scenario. You'll not be hitting the point. So the person marking your script is very keen to ensure that he only gives you marks based on the explanations that are linked to the information in the scenario. Otherwise, there are no extra marks where a student answers more than one requirement at the same time. So if you start developing your other question or your other requirement, or based on the cram work, or based on the fact you're having an open book exam and you're seeing examples in that textbook and you're starting to write and copy and paste, please, that is beyond what the examiner wants, and the examiner will not give you extra marks for that, because this gives an impression that you're poor in planning your answer. It's also a fact that you are actually, you're even risking gaining those professional marks, but it's also a fact that you're copying and pasting rather than actually going by the scenario. So any professional marks that come in respect of how you've communicated, analyzed, laid out your answer in the context of the scenario, you cannot even earn those professional marks. So I said I'll talk about time management in this exam. Ensure that you allocate your marks, your time to the scenario, to the question based on the marks of that question. If you're looking at 3 hours and 30 minutes, because 15 minutes are for planning, and 3 hours and 30 minutes is 210 seconds. Sorry, 3 hours and 30 minutes is 3 hours and 3.5 hours, is 210 minutes, because 3 hours is 180 and 30 minutes. So 210 minutes. And you're writing for 100% because you're writing an exam that has 100%. And you're writing this in 210 minutes. It means that each one mark, you're earning it in 2.1 minutes. If you want to be a little bit prudent, you're earning it in 2 minutes. So every 1 mark, you're earning it in 2 minutes. If you have a part of a question which is for 10 marks, and each mark is 2 minutes, then you are allocating 20 minutes for that part of the question that has 10 marks. Therefore, and those 20 minutes include reading the scenario for that part, or even understanding the requirement for that part, reading the scenario for that part, planning the answer for that part, and writing the answer. All that together combined is the 20 minutes to have written that part of 10 marks. Please stick to 10 minutes for that part. Don't say, because I think I've not finished the points I thought I wanted, let me continue writing for 5 more minutes. I'll tell you that the extra 5 minutes you're using are 5 minutes that are going to be wasted. Are 5 minutes you are going to be missing on another question. No person or no exam or not even Icpar will say we are giving you extra time because you didn't finish part A of the question in time. You are starting to use time of another question or another part. And yet, from experience, a student is very good in earning his earning capacity of marks at the start of the question than at the end of the question. So when you have 20 minutes for a part, which you need to finish, I'll tell you that the first 5 to 10 minutes, you're very fresh on that question and your capacity to earn marks is very high, because you're still fresh on that question. But in the last 5 minutes of the 20 minutes, your capacity to earn marks is getting derailed. You're being impaired on your own. You're getting tired of that question to the extent that your earning capacity is low. You're even starting to think that, could I have answered the question well? So those so many lingering questions in your mind are taking your mindset and your attention away from your answer. And therefore, in the last minutes of that time, you are not earning the marks in the way. So if you stretch an extra 5 minutes to make it 25 minutes, those extra 5 minutes are actually going to earn you very little marks, if possible, 1 or 2 more marks. Yet if you had started another question in those 5 minutes, you would be earning 3 marks, 48. Another one is having a 51 or 52 because of just management of time and also prioritizing how to address the management of time in the exam. So to me, if I'm this student going to sit this exam, immediately I've allocated 20 minutes to that question or part, and it's 20 minutes, I leave and move to another part and only look at how do I save time on that other part to ever come back to complete the point I wanted to start on this part that I didn't finish. So stick to the time you've allocated. Please, I will tell you for a fact that if you don't stick to that time because you are debating and saying, no, let me just do this for only one part, you are actually going to disorganize the entire time management of the whole paper. And that is not going to be good on your side. Now, for you to do that, again, I'm going to repeat my song. Practice, practice, practice. When you practice as many times, even if you're practicing the same question, you are going to manage your time on the exam day, because part of your practice is time management skills. For example, if you've not practiced any past paper question by now, go after today's session to practice with an objective that how do I practice to know how to write, but also how do I practice to know how to manage time. The first practice you're going to do today or tomorrow or this can get demotivated or discouraged to say, I have not done this question well. because you're going to self-assess yourself in 2 ways. You're going to look at the answer and what you've written, and you see maybe out of the 20 nice points that answer has, for you only have 2 points, and you think you failed this question. Or you even go to look at the time to say, out of the 20 minutes, I've actually done this in 30 minutes. Please don't get discouraged. That is a good start. You're better than a student who's going to do it that on the actual exam day. That student has actually put himself or herself in a position to fail immediately. But for you, you have done this practice to help you identify your weakness. Tomorrow or the following day, when you practice the same question, you'll now know where your shortfalls are. You'll now do better. So the next time you practice, you'll see you're not spending 30 minutes, you're now spending 25 minutes. The third time, you'll now work in 20 minutes. And even the marks or the points you'll make are now much better, and they are well structured, and they are even more than the other points you made. On the live exam day, you are actually going to, as much as the question will be original, you are having the same topic that is being. If by the live exam day you've done 5 trials using this past paper question or this past paper, on that day it will look like number 6. And at that point, you're already good in doing 20 minutes for 10 marks. And I will tell you, you'll do those 20 minutes for 10 marks. Please, you remember me having cautioned and having encouraged you to practice on the exam day. If you have done that, so you'll see on actual exam day that your day will be lighter, your day will be easy, your day will be fun if you go by my advice. Those that are going to debate with themselves to say, yes, Bruce's idea is very good, but I'm busy. The office is very busy. Bruce's idea is very good, but family is hectic. I'll not be able to do it, or I'll do it on the last week. And last week comes and says, oh, I still have no time. I'll actually do it on the real exam day. I'll tell you, those are the ones who are going to say, I wish we had gone by Bruce's advice. I was a student like you at the time that I was working, at the time that I was responsible for a family, and I knew how to go about it by saying that if I used to sleep at 11, then why don't I kill myself 2 extra hours to use the 2 hours to practice and sleep at 1? Yes, it was not very nice, you know how we need that nice life, but I bared fruit and I was able to pass immediately, and I'm able to talk with confidence now. I don't want to repeat that paper because it's time consuming and it's highly costly, and even my reputation with my employer when I'm repeating a paper, yet I'm actually working in that job which is based on that paper. So it is biting yourself that extra 2 hours and sleep late. I'll always remember my experience where I did not go for a wedding close friends up to now, but I know of very many exams. A wedding of a very to go. It's good to socialize, but there's priorities to think about, especially with a few days to go. You need to practice on time management. So tonight or from tomorrow night, start paying yourself a little bit to say, I'll sleep 1 hour later than usual, so that I use that 1 hour to practice a question on ethics. How do I write and how much time based on the guidance has given me with Bruce in today's session. I'm just giving you that as an example. So please, therefore, on the exam date, in each question, ensure that you read, you think, and you write wisely. Because if you read the scenario and the requirement, especially starting with the requirement and the scenario, that reading of the information and the requirement is going to trigger the facts you're looking for in the scenario. If you actually read and you understand based on the requirement that you've appreciated, then your planning of the answer is going to be very smooth, because you're going to think of how to approach that question on ethics, knowing exactly what's in the content, in the scenario, and what the requirement is asking for. And in that case, that communication skill and the skill of comprehension or even application analysis will be highly exhibited by you in such a level of professionalism at this level of the paper. Then you're going to write your answer in a way that will be very confident, and you are going to be very happy as you're writing that answer, because you are confident of what you're writing. But all this needs practice, practice, and practice. So we're going to go into my session of practical questions. But as we go in there, the slide before you is giving you our contacts, how you can be able to contact us anytime. And some of those are even WhatsApps. Actually, all those lines have WhatsApps on them. So you can actually contact us in there to have additional support where you need that kind of support. Like I've said, we are opening up a physical office, I think by the end of this week in Rwanda, so it will blend our teaching, not only to be online, but online with also physical classes in Rwanda. If you ever want and wish to come and actually take advantage of our lecturers and the lecturing that we actually do. So we're ready to practice, and I'm going to guide you on that practice, hoping that you as well on your side, that side, you're not just seated on a cup of tea or on a plate of food and just looking and listening, but also practical, because that is one yardstick or one step to confidence and to writing your exam confidently and passing. I know as I talk, so many of you have already preempted a question. When are you sending us, or how are you sending us your answer, the one I'm going to write? And not to say that you me sending me my answer for you to actually use it and write or check your answer. But when are you sending us your answer such that I keep reading it until the live exam day? Please, no examiner is going to mark my answer as your answer. You shall have to write your own answer on the exam. Start today and start now with the practical session I'm now going to take you through. So in other words, if possible, use this time to pick a paper or a book and a pen, and you're going to write with me. If you're using a computer or you're using any gadget, open that gadget and you're going to write with me. In that case, you'll not even put yourself in a position where you say, Icpar, where are you able to send us the materials Bruce is using? I'm using my own empty book. If I was in your presence, I would be writing it on a board. And everyone I've written the board, I'll clean it to write another. You'll not tell me, Bruce, please give me what you've written on the board and I carry it. Give us that document you've written. In the face-to-face class, you'll not ask me to give you the board and you take it at home. Okay, so let's move on. I'm looking at a question that has been set in the past, and I'm starting with a section A question. And because I've given you the tip, I'm immediately going to the requirement of this question, which question has in total 50 marks, and all the questions, so all the marks are compulsory, and that is my question 1, 50 marks. Now that question 1 with 50 marks has sub areas or sub components, which if you see in there, oh sorry. I lost it along the way. I hope it opens. Okay, so I'm trying to open it again, and then we go back to the question. Meanwhile, remember we have another session, and that will be over the weekend. I think it will fall on a Sunday. We shall clarify later. But I was just opening the flyer as well as that comes, as the question comes. So as next session, which will have addition to today, and it will be a continuation of now practical. The practice will be on Sunday, and that will be from 1 p.m. Yeah, from 1 p.m. To 5 p.m. in the afternoon on Sunday. Okay. So let's go to the question 1, which in total has 50 marks. So always go to the requirement first. So as you come back to read the content, you know what you're looking for. So in total, I'm looking for 50 marks. And this question has 4 parts, A, B, C, D. A has 24 marks, if you see that. A has 24 marks. Part B has 4 marks. So mean that I'll not write bigger than part B. So I cannot write the same volume in part B like I'm going to write in part A. Then part C has 2 parts, C1 and C2. C1 alone has 6 marks and C2 has 6 marks. So if I'm this student, those marks I'm highlighting should give me the time I'll allocate. If each mark is 2 marks, 2 minutes. Okay. Then part D has 10 marks. Therefore, if each mark is in 2 minutes, then I'm going to take 20 minutes as a student on part D. So that's how your 50 marks are allocated out. Now I come to read the requirements to say instruction. I will need to evaluate. So I don't need to state or outline. So in this case, I'll evaluate. Evaluate is I'm going to critically appraise or assess. It's similar to comment at times, but here I'm going to evaluate. What am I evaluating? The content is audit risks, but those that are significant. Okay. And those audit risks that are going to be considered at the planning stage of the audit. So therefore, I'm not looking at audit risks at any stage, but at the planning of the audit. And this case, it's not just any mere audit, but it's a group audit, implying that the client I'm auditing has a subsidiary or subsidiaries, and therefore I'm the group auditor, and I'm responsible for an opinion on the group financial statements. So therefore, risks on the group audit level or the group financial statement level, not only to the individual accounts of the companies that make up the group. And I say that the year I'm looking at, recall the dates are very important, is the year ending. Before that, maybe even that word end that. But first, the date. That date is very important because anything after that date, I'll look at it as subsequent event. But ending implies that the client's year has not yet ended. If they had said for the financial year ended, it means that then, therefore, today I am in a period or a date where it's after 30th November. So more likely, this is actually a situation where the client's year has not yet ended. The year will be ending, maybe in a week's time or 2 weeks' time. So whatever I can actually do here is preliminary planning ahead of the end of the client's year. So the year is ending. Usually, that's a case of a planning stage of the audit. You're planning ahead of the client's completion of the year. Now, in this case, they're telling you that given the planned venture limited restructuring, you should also evaluate. So there's another evaluation, which is already implied. So I already have done evaluate or the risk, but now there's a special case that I will also need to evaluate issues related to disclosures at this stage. And those disclosures in respect of the fact that there's a restructuring that has been planned for my client. So mean that as much as, yes, I'm going to have these specific significant audit risks, I need to have those that are specifically in respect of the disclosures that should be the financial statements of the group in respect of a planned restructuring they have on for this venture limited company. So, and they want you to have that as part of the audit plan. So today I'm going to give you the tactic of how do we write audit risks to earn the marks, and how does the examiner tailor or structure the marking allocation or the marking scheme for the writing on the audit risks. So that's part A. Part B is saying that can you also look out, identify. So identify here I'll tell you that it's good enough for you to say, what is that? That identifier is to say what additional information do I need? So that's the other way to make it easily understandable. So the examiner says identify, and always in this paper, the examiner will always only give you half a mark for identifying, even if the requirement is to identify, because you need to give the reason why that information is important that you're identifying to get the other half a mark, to get a full mark for each point you're making. So this part B, I need to identify the additional information that I need to ask management to tell me. So the information that I should request from management in order for me to conduct an effective audit on the disposal of somebody called Ceramic Limited. So what additional information, what's that I should do? And I'll tell you that for sure that this is part of good organizational skills or good planning skills, that if I'm having a meeting tomorrow and I'm going to meet a finance director of a company tomorrow, what is that I will ask? So I put it on my piece of paper that this is what I'll ask. And why am I asking it? Because the finance director may say, why do you want the copy of the contract with the supplier? So I mean that tomorrow I'm going to ask for the copy of the contract that this company has with MTN to confirm whether that contract is still ongoing. So that's the why. So identifying is half a mark. Identifying is to say, I need a copy of the contract the client has with MTN. And that's half a mark. The reason for that contract is the why. That is why I say to confirm whether the contract is still ongoing, or to confirm whether the contract covers all the telecommunication requirements that my client has with MTN. So because the finance director will ask, why do you want the copy of the contract? So that's why you need to tell him before that, please give me a copy of that contract for me to confirm this, or for me to, you want it for that reason. So that's why they are saying that explain why you need that information. So because identifying it alone would only have given you half a mark, but why do you need that copy of the contract? So 4 marks, those 4 marks, if I'm this student who's now aware that each point is 1 mark, but 1 mark in 2 half marks. The first half of the mark is identifying what information I need from management. And secondly, the other half is why do I need that information? So at that point is both what and why to earn 1 mark. So I only need 4 points. And those are 4 sentences to earn those 4 marks. So part C, I need to design principal audit procedure. So the requirement is to design. Please, at this level, as a manager or partner, you are actually the one designing the audit program with the audit strategy and the audit plan. In that audit plan are planned procedures. So the question of the examiner will either be to design or to recommend. Please don't get confused with that instruction. That instruction, whether they say the examiner says design audit procedures or recommend audit procedures, you are actually going to have 2 things in that audit procedure. One is the what are you going to do, which is the action. Are you going to confirm? So are you going to inquire? Are you going to recalculate? Are you going to test check this? Are you going to observe? That's the action, half a mark if it's correct. The second half a mark is why are you inquiring? Why are you observing that? Why are you inspecting? So that's the other half a mark. So I am going to design by having those 2 things in that procedure. And these are principal audit procedures, which I need to actually perform in respect of classification. And this is what we call assertions. So I need to confirm that the client has correctly classified this investment in real estate limited. So please, in this case, the question is not about measurement. So don't go in there to say, I want to go and therefore find out the figure or recalculate the figure. No, it is classifying the investment in real estate. So the audit procedures I'll conduct to confirm the classification of that investment by the client that it's correct. And therefore that audit procedures should ensure that I have sufficient and appropriate evidence or audit evidence to support that the client's classification of this investment in real estate is correctly done. Okay, Otherwise, he would have told you that audit procedures for the measurement. So that would be that different. Or for the recognition, that would be different. Here, the assertion is about majorly, under classification is about presenting. Have you presented it in the right place as an asset or as an non-current asset? And disclosures. Have you even disclosed it correctly? Because those make up the classification. Secondly, also audit procedures in respect of the government grant. So here, this has been generalized, meaning that this here, you can have general financial statement assertions to test. They're not limiting you to just the classification of the government grant or the recognition or the measurement or the presentation. They're opening it up for those 6 marks, as long as that is the government grant I've found in the scenario relating to the 20 million francs that was received in January 2022. So here, this one is general, while the first one was specific on the classification, not measurement, not recognition, but this one is general, the entire government grant. Now, both of them are 6 marks to the extent, and I'll show you how do we write, I'll give you a tip of how do we write audit procedures, which is the same way next week, on the weekend when I get to you to talk about audit evidence. It's the same approach, just like it's the same approach when you're talking about additional information. That is what and why. What is half a mark? Why is another half a mark? Now, part D, using the audit committee notes, mean that here I should focus my answer based on the notes derived from my meeting with the audit committee of the client. They want me as an instruction to discuss. So I'm not going to just state or outline. I need to discuss. What am I discussing? Ethical issues. So that's the content. Ethical issues. And you see, relevant, mean that don't go in the open book and open that chapter on professional ethics and see all the information there about ethical threats and bring them and paste them in your answer. They want those that are relevant or applicable to the client I have called Venture Limited or to the Venture Limited audit. But don't only tell me the ethical threats that the audit firm is exposed to, but also recommend appropriate actions. At times we call them safeguards. Those safeguards are tailored under 2 categories, either safeguards that will eliminate that ethical threat or those that practically will bring that threat to unacceptable management level by the audit firm or the audit team. So 10 marks again today. When time allows, I'll show you how do we write on ethics, because ethics will always be in your exam. How do we write a point to earn the mark in a way that is concise, precise, and short enough to earn me the mark? Because those are the key messages the examiner is looking for in there. Okay, somebody says he can't see my presentation. I don't know whether I should, if I can get somebody saying that, yes, you see my presentation, then I would advise this person to restart his or her computer. I've shared my document, but one of you says you cannot see it. You don't see my screen. So usually it could be a case of internet on your side, which requires you to restart. Okay, somebody has raised. Okay, yeah, we can see your presentation. So Emmanuel says you can see. So Minat, even Mulingo says you can see. So the person who does not see my presentation, I think the person is called Wellers. Please risk or your connection there. Okay, so with this, let's go and look at the answer. But before that, I want to propose, maybe even for the good of the person who's starting or people who are starting their computers, we can have a short break of about 10 minutes. I will leave the requirements on the face of the screen for you to check, but please use this 10 minutes to also prepare yourself to be practical, so that I don't write without you writing. When I come back, before I go to the scenario, I'm going to first give you the tips of how do we write audit risks and how do we write risks of material misstatements. Next weekend, I'll also tell you how do we write business risks. because that question one has any one of those three, and it's the biggest marks, 24 marks here, for example. How do I leave that exam not having written taken all my time writing on the 24 marks, write it, I'll tell you, you're not actually taking more than, because 24 marks, in this case, if 10 marks is 20 minutes, 24 marks is, in this case, something like 40 something minutes. So how do I ensure that within 45 to 50 minutes, I've written 24 marks and I've passed 24 marks, and I don't have to write everything, but I've written exactly 24 marks because I know how to write audit risks, or I know how to write risks of material misstatements. So that's where I'm starting from. So 10 minutes from now as our break. Thank you. Okay, so we can resume. And like I promised, let's first look at how do we write audit risks. So here, I'm basically giving you a guide to writing audit risks. Now, this guide is also similar to the risks of material misstatements. So this is the same approach to risks of material misstatements. Sometimes you abbreviate risks of material misstatements as that. Now, when you're writing audit risks or risks of material misstatements, in terms of your exam, and therefore your examiner's interests, they will be interested in you anywhere within your point. And here I'm giving for every point, by the way. This is for every point. Each point you make, you are going to earn 1 mark for writing appropriately, not in detail, but appropriately, the accounting principle or accounting treatment that's relevant to the issue that you're going to raise. So you'll have 1 mark for the use of inappropriate, or for the application of inappropriate accounting treatment or principle, e.g., or that is to say, a principle from an IFRS, a principle from an IFRS or IAS that is relevant. The audit risk. Usually, that audit risk is an inherent risk. Relevant to that inherent risk you are raising. So 1 mark. Please, you don't have to write the entire accounting standard. No. For example, if you're talking about, say, IAS 16, let's give an example here. Assuming that you are talking about, say, IAS 16, property, plant, and equipment, and the issue you're raising is on revaluation, because the client could have revalued its property, plant, and equipment. So in here, you are saying that under IAS 16, I'm giving you this as a statement. You'd say that, let me put it down here to say, example. You would say that under IAS 16, and by the way, it's not a requirement that you need to remember and write the right account number and the title. So I know the title, you can abbreviate it as PPE, but another student can say per IAS 16, and you leave it there. Or another student can say per IFRS, because you don't even remember the account number or the standard number. You can just say per IFRS. Another student can say per accounting standards. Accounting standards. So all these are saying the same thing, but correctly and correctly. So if you said, say, under IAS 16 property, plant, and equipment, a revaluation model is only applied where all items in the same class are revalued. That statement, in the regard to the scenario, assuming in the scenario, this examiner is telling you that this client has 5 properties, has 5 buildings across Rwanda, and he has only revalued, or is only revaluing the building in Kigali. Then that person, or sorry, that client is wrongly applying this standard, and that's why the risk, the audit risk, is going to come from, or the inherent risk is going to come from, and you've picked this statement from IAS 16. Please, you don't have to be so detailed, or you don't have to write it like you're writing AFR, Advanced Financial Reporting. No, your examiner is picking the key messages to say you're not writing an accounting paper, but an auditing paper, but you cannot audit without knowledge of the accounting standards, because you're auditing accounting financial statements that have been prepared using accounting standards, but you only need the basic information. So this statement will earn you 1 mark in the exam. So otherwise, Secondly, so far that's the first mark. Secondly, we shall say that you also need to recognize, to both identify and recognize the potential inherent risk or potential audit risk, or people can call it a risk of material misstatement, arising in the scenario where the client may not be applying the appropriate accounting treatment, in the financial statements. So I'll tell you that this also has one mark, and this one mark is allocated in 2 half marks. This is one mark which is allocated by giving or granting half a mark, granting the first half mark, what we call a correct identification. You have correctly identified that risk or audit risk. Correct identification of the risk. And you've identified it from the scenario. Then the second half mark, is for a correct recognition that that is a risk and the risk in it. So a correct recognition, it can be a correct a correct recognition, explanation of that risk, a correct recognition or explanation of the risk. So I want to give an example, assuming that I continue with the example here to say, under IAS 16, a revaluation model is only applied when all items in the same class are revalued. So this student would say that the risk is that ABC Limited, that's your client, I'm assuming that's the client, has not revalued all the items in the same class, of PPE as the building in Kigali. For example, you could even say, for example, if ABC Limited has not revalued the other 4 buildings, in the upcountry districts, So that is half a mark. You've identified from the scenario that potentially this client may not have revalued all the other remaining buildings. So that half is what they call the half identification mark. So that's the identification mark. You've identified it from the scenario. Then if you go ahead to say, and this is not appropriate, another student can say, and this is incorrect. Another student can say that this is not in compliance, with the requirements of the IAS or the accounting standards, the requirement of the accounting standard. If you don't remember the standard number. So here you have recognized that that is actually wrong. So that's the half a mark called the recognition mark. So this student has earned the recognition mark. So in total, this student has been able to earn that full mark, which is both the identification and the recognition mark. So you're still on the same point. So you started by saying that under IAS 16 PPE, all items in the same class are in the same class have, so that one mark, we call it the accounting treatment mark. This is the accounting treatment mark. So this student goes ahead to say, therefore, the risk is that ABC Limited has not revalued all the items in the same class as the building in Kigali. For example, if ABC Limited has not revalued the other 4 buildings in the upcountry districts, so this student has identified the potential that ABC may not have revalued all the other 4 remaining buildings as it would be required. And that student, if you ended your story here, then that's a half statement. Those are the half sentences I said. Avoid half sentences. Go ahead and give us the impact of the consequence by saying that, and this is not appropriate, or this is not correct, or this is not in line with, or this is not in compliance with the IAS 16 or the accounting standard or the requirement. Yes, that statement. So that student has recognized that that is potentially a wrong issue and therefore a risk that we are taking on as auditors. Okay, then that is the other second mark. So the third mark, sorry. The third mark is basically going to be, so in here I have 1 mark for both identifying and recognizing the potential risk. Then now I have another 1 mark for the financial statement impact, or the impact of that audit risk on the financial statements, the impact of the identified audit risk on the financial statements. So that impact is seen into, or is looked at by way of the double entry principle. If you remember your double entry in accounting, by the way of a double entry principle or a disclosure principle, a disclosure approach. So, for example, and this is picked as half marks. So this is picked as, or is for each element of the double entry that may be misstated, or in error, that could be in error. So, for example, this is how we would go back on our example, would say, in the other case would say that therefore if the revaluation of the other remaining buildings is to result into a revaluation loss, rather than a revaluation gain, then the property, plant and equipment, at times a student can say the assets, because you're not sure whether this, at times you could be in the exam out of tension. You don't know whether, if you are real specific to say the line is PPE, you may be in error. So generalize and say the total assets are overstated because the client has not revalued the other buildings, which would actually bring this down with a revaluation loss. So this word is overstated. So these are overstated. And the profits, because if they had accounted for the revaluation loss, then the profits would be down. So because they've not done that, the profits are also overstated. So that's the impact of that misstatement. It has overstated the assets and overstated the profits. In others, if the client had credited the PPE, then that PPE would not be as big as it is now. So the PPE right now is overstated. Or the profits would have had a debit, and because the client has not done that debit of the profit and loss with the revaluation loss, then the PPE is over, the profits are overstated. Just a moment. Sorry, I'm back. So in this case, the impact of that audit risk on the financial statements that I'm planning to audit is that potentially the client could have overstated the assets And in that case, the assets, because the client has not credited the asset with that revaluation loss, if the other 4 buildings had been revalued, so currently in the balance sheet, the asset or the property, plant and equipment would be overstated. And if the client had also accounted for that revaluation loss by taking it in the P&L, then the profits would be less than what the client is likely to be reporting now. So even the profits are overstated. If a student even said that the expenses, because that impairment loss may be taken to actually, may be taken like may actually be taken like an expense, then you can say the expenses are understated. So maybe let me put that as an alternative to say, or the expenses are understated. Please not both. That's why I'm saying or. The students who would say the profits are overstated and expenses are understated. That's the same thing, because those are all looking at the same double entry, the same entry, which is the debit. You either debit the P&L expense, or that debit on the P&L impacts on the profits, which therefore would have reduced the expense. So this examiner says that half a mark for that first double entry impact. So half a mark for that financial, I'll abbreviate financial statement as FS, that financial statement impact there, and another half a mark for the corresponding entry. So there's another corresponding entry where there's another half a mark for the other financial, again, I'm abbreviating financial statement impact. So you have earned 1 mark, but you've picked it in 2 half marks. So allowing you that if you've only written the assets are overstated without saying that the profits are also overstated, you'll only earn you only earn half a mark, not the entire 1 mark. So at the end of it all, in total, you have 3 marks. Shall say that therefore in total, for every point, for every well-developed point on audit risk and also risks of material misstatements. I'm abbreviating risks of material misstatement. A student will earn, earns 3 marks. And the 3 marks will exclude, where applicable, and I'm going to talk about this later. It will exclude, where applicable, other marks, other additional marks for 1, materiality. If you have to even deal with a materiality figure in there, which I'll give you below. I'll give you additions below. Additional guide below. So mean that it's even very possible that 1 point has more than 3 marks if you even get the materiality done for that point, assuming that the revaluation for that building in Kigali, they gave you a figure of the revaluation gain, and that revaluation gain has helped you compute the materiality. The examiner has a marking for that statement you've made on materiality, which I'm going to talk about additionally below. Also, for the analytical procedures, if there's any analytical procedures, again, we have additional, I'll give you additional guide below. So mean that this point which you've made, and I'll make this in green, in red color. Let me put this in red color. This is what the student has written. So the student has written that, and I'll pick it and put it somewhere to say, this student has written this point, and this point a student has written has earned him or her 3 marks before the marks on materiality and the marks on maybe the analytical procedures, which I'm going to talk about later. So if I pick this and say that this student has written this in a paragraph to emphasize the point, and that paragraph, I'm putting it down here to say that this is the example of the student's answer. So this is the good example that I'm picking there, this example of the student's answer on audit risk. So this student has written that under I and Aziz's first statement, and this student has gone ahead to also pick this second statement, and he has written that. So he continues here to have the second point, the second statement, and that student goes ahead to complete that point with this statement here. So that student has a point, and under that point, he has had a heading. Recall, I want you to be organized to say this student has had a point to say have a heading to say revaluation, the revaluation of the buildings, the office building or factory building. Maybe that building was a factory building. So that was the heading. And that student under that heading, he has said as per I-16, or if you've forgotten that standard, which you don't even have to give the number correctly and the title, you've just said per accounting standard or as per accounting standards, a revaluation model is only applied when all items of the PPE in the same class are revalued. Then that marker or that examiner is saying 1 mark, tick 1 mark. And that, because that statement is relevant for the risk you're going to create or raise. Then you go ahead to say the risk. If you hear me, I'm not saying the inherent risk. I'm not saying the control risk. Later I'll tell you the detection risk, that one you can write it. But the word inherent risk or the word control risk, you don't have to write it here. So I'm not mentioning the word inherent risk. Even if you wrote that word inherent risk, the person who's marking your script will run away from it because he's running to look at what is the real risk, not the type of the risk. He's not examining you the type, that the type is inherent risk. Remember, there are even students who want to first even define. Inherent risk is defined as you're wasting your time. The person who's marking your script and examiner uninterested in what is that risk you've identified and how do you recognize it's a risk to help you assess the impact it has on the financial statements and link to the accounting standard or treatment you've just said up there. So this student says the risk is ABC Limited has not revalued or may not have revalued all the items in the same class as the building or similar to the building in Kigali. For example, if ABC Limited has not revalued the other 4 remaining buildings in the upcountry districts. So that person marking your script will say, this student, I'm giving him half a mark because he has identified specifically from the scenario a potential area where the client could actually be at a risk of misstating the financial statements. That is the skill auditors in audit firms are expected to project and to have. And that skill is what is built in what we call professional skepticism. Auditors apply professional skepticism throughout the audit. So the auditor perceives that there's a possibility that the client may not have done something in accordance with the accounting standard, either intentionally due to bias or unintentionally because the client lacks knowledge of the accounting standard. And that is the element of professional skepticism. To pick this element of revaluation, the auditor uses professional judgment to say out of the 20 items that are likely to be potential on the client's financial statements, the one that is most significant could be today. In this year, this client has revalued PPE. So that becomes a significant issue, which in the auditor's professional judgment, he picks to move and actually deal with it much more in the planning of his audit and applies skepticism that because the client is revaluing assets for the first time, or due to the potential fact that the client could be biased with management manipulations, then there's a possibility that he may not have revalued all the other buildings in the same class or may not have revalued them appropriately, which is not in line with the requirements of the IAS. So you identifying that issue is the case to tell the examiner that you have been able to bring out 2 good skills of auditors. One is the auditor using professional judgment to pick that revaluation in this year, having been done for the first time, is such a significant issue. Secondly, you exercising professional skepticism by identifying the possibility that the client may not have done it either correctly or may not have extended the revaluation to all the other buildings, even those up country, and then you recognizing the implication or the fact that that is not correct in line with the accounting framework that the client is actually preparing the accounts with, or the accounting framework under which you're auditing this client, which is IFRS. So he says half a mark. If you leave it there, you'll only have and half a mark. If you extend to say that this is not in compliance with the accounting standard, you have the other half a mark called the fact that you have recognized that it's not correct. Otherwise, you continue to say, hence this therefore implies that the asset or the PPE may be overstated and the profits are overstated. You have earned the financial statement impact. Okay, so you see, I'm this student writing the exam, and I'm practicing between now and exam date. I'm practicing using maybe past paper questions, and I'm practicing over and over. On the exam date, though the question will have an original scenario, I will already know the approach. The approach is what Bruce today and your lecturers who are teaching you have taught you, that this is how we write it, because practically this is how auditors do it. So they will first look for that accounting standard. They look at how that accounting standard could have issues the financial statements they are going to audit, based on the information and understanding the class business. The information based on the understanding of the class business that they have picked. Then they start crafting out a potential risk, because this risk, where they are going to develop their audit plan to come and test that revaluation, to come and double check, to go and inspect those buildings, to come and review the revaluation report. So he's going to develop his audit procedures around that risk. And therefore, his concentration of the audit procedures is to check whether the assets are not overstated or whether the profits are not overstated. So that's how practically. So at this level, your examiner has the last chance to actually let you out to go and practice as an auditor, and by ensuring that, yes, you're professional doing this. But while you're doing this, it's also very possible that there could be an issue of materiality to deal with. For example, if the examiner has given you figures in there. So I want to talk briefly about how you should write materiality and how the examiner would actually be able to give you marks on materiality. And also I talk about analytical procedures. So let's go down here to say the guide to writing materiality. So a guide to materiality in your exam. Please, this guide is only for A12. It's not for the I1.4. That's not how they'll look at it. At this level, they're marking you from the professional level or stage. So in this case, therefore, as you're looking at materiality, by the way, materiality is based on a standard which is ISA 320. So this is based initially on that standard called ISA 320. Okay, while the other one on audit risk is based initially on ISA 315. This is based on initially. When I say initially, it means that this is complemented by specific issues of the risks you're dealing with. But it's initially based on a standard which is ISA 315. 315 is identifying and assessing risks of material misstatements arising from your understanding of the class business and environment. That's standard. So that's risks of material misstatements are made up of inherent risks and control risks. I'll come back to talk about that extra that makes it audit risk with detection risk. Otherwise, let's also talk about how do we deal with materiality. Now, I'll tell you that this materiality is either going to be quantitative materiality or it may be qualitative materiality. So this may be a quantitative materiality, quantitative, meaning that it's based on thresholds, figures, in other words, materiality, or quantitative. Or qualitative, qualitative. Qualitative, yeah, qualitative materiality, which is based on materiality by nature, which is based on the nature of the item. That item is either transaction or a balance. It could be an accounting transaction an accounting balance. So by its nature, it could be material, whether it's quantitative or it's even if the figure is small. So I'll tell you that when we talk about quantitative materiality, quantitative, when I talk about quantitative materiality, the one that's based on figures. Now here we are talking about thresholds. And in this base, always remember that this is always determined using the auditor's professional judgment, but guided, not necessarily that it must be this, but guided by thresholds, such as thresholds linked to benchmarks such as revenue. So one of them will be revenue. So they will look at revenue as one of the benchmarks. The second benchmark is the profits before tax. And abbreviate it as PBT, profit before tax. And the third benchmark is what we call total assets. Especially when you go to what we call performance materiality, you can take it to net assets, I would say, or net assets. If in the auditor's professional judgment, he wants to actually draw his materiality based on what we call performance materiality. So it's on net assets where the auditor judges to use an appropriate performance materiality threshold rather than the normal. Now, if we are looking at revenue, because these are the three bases against which auditors quantitatively measure and determine the materiality they are going to use for either the entire audit or for specific areas within the financial statements they are auditing or specific transactions that they are auditing. For example, revenue, they actually are going to look at the range. Here we're looking at a range, which is from 0.5% or 0.5% to 1%, implying that if that item the auditor is basing on revenue is less than 0.5% of revenue, then to him as an auditor, using his professional judgment, he may conclude that that item is immaterial. That word is he may, not that it's a must that he will conclude it's immaterial. He may conclude that it's immaterial. Otherwise, if that item that the auditor is trying to test and is first checking whether it's material, he assesses and computes that it's 1% or more of the total of the figure in revenue, then in that case, that item is material to the auditor. Otherwise, between 0.5% and 1%, in the auditor's judgment, he may or he may not conclude that it's material. So it will depend on the auditor's judgment. So these benchmark thresholds are just like a guide. It's not that the auditor must always say that less than 0.5% it's immaterial, or when it's less than 1% it's immaterial. No, he still goes back to use his judgment to say no, based on the fact that this is a new client, or based on the fact that this is the first time the client is revaluing PPE, even when the revaluation gain is less than 0.5% of revenue. To me, as an auditor, I have taken it to be material, and I'll audit the whole revaluation process and figure in its detail. Okay, now I'll also come to the threshold for which is just a guide for the profits before tax, where we shall look at 5% to 10%. Just like also for total assets. So if we're talking about total assets, we're looking at 1% to 2%. 1% to 2% in the same approach. Above 2%, 2% and above, it will always be material. Less than 1%, it may be immaterial, not that it must be immaterial. it may be immaterial. In other words, it may not be material. Between 1 to 2%, it may be, it may not be material, depending on the auditor's professional judgment, which judgment is pushed by factors like, is this a new client? Is this the first time he's doing this item? You know, that is why he may or may not take it to be material. And that's the same case for the profits before tax. The question is, what does the auditor, or which transactions or balances does the auditor quantitatively link to profits before tax and to total assets? Because this is restricted. So the use of profits before tax is restricted. Here, we shall say that the use of this benchmark is restricted or is limited. It's not that all transactions that the auditor is testing or planning to audit must be checked with the profits before tax. So this is limited. Just like also the use of the total assets is also limited. So this is also limited. The use for total assets is also limited. But for revenue, it's not limited. This is not limited here. This is not limited. So we don't say that it's only limited to certain transactions or to certain balances. So I'll come to the revenue later. Let's go to these ones that we shall say that the auditor only goes to certain transactions or balances and says it's only those that I'll actually check whether they are material, cross-checked or benchmarked against profits before tax or benchmarked against total assets. For example, you'll only benchmark against profits before tax those items of incomes and expenses that have been reported in the profit or loss account. So this is limited to only those items of incomes and expenses that have been reported by the client in the profit or loss. E.g., if the client has reported an item in the profit or loss, like say operating expenses, operational expenses. So if those operational expenses, let me be more specific because operational expenses can be general. Let me be specific, staff expenses, staff salaries. So if there are staff-related expenses, which are in the P&L, and the P&L is the one that is going to impact on the figure that is the profit before tax, and therefore that staff expense is in the P&L impacting on the profit before tax, then the auditor wants to see how material is that figure against that benchmark of profit before tax, whether that figure called staff-related expense is 10% or more of the profit before tax. In that case, it's there for material. Otherwise, if the staff expenses are less than 5% of the profit before tax, then to the auditor in his judgment, it may be immaterial. Otherwise, if that figure for staff expenses is in between, like say 7% of the profits before tax, then he will use his professional judgment. Maybe in this year, the client has revised the staff salaries, or the client has done a restructuring of the personnel. So in that case, even if it's 6% of the profits before tax, the auditor will conclude that still then it's material, and that's where the auditor comes to determine its performance materiality. To say even if it's 7% of PBT, profits before tax, I'll consider a more strict materiality figure, which in this case is the performance materiality, to say to me it's still material. So it may be, it may not be material. So if I also go to the total assets, which again is limited, which I said that for the total assets, we're looking at only, it's going to be limited to those items that are used in this, are reported in the statement of financial position. So this is limited to those balances or accounting balances, reported or should have been reported. In the statement of financial position. I'm abbreviating statement of financial position. An example, if you're talking about property, plant, and equipment, if you're talking about an asset like property, plant, and equipment, or if you're talking about liabilities like a bank loan. So he will look at the amount of the bank loan you have recognized based on the loan you've acquired or you have always had. Then you'll actually check that amount against the total assets figure in the balance sheet to confirm whether that amount of the bank loan is 2% or more of the total assets to conclude it's material, or it's less than 1% of the total assets, then it may be immaterial and does not have to go deeper into auditing it. Others between 1 and 2%, like 1.5% of the total assets, to him it may be or it may not be material. Even if it's 1.5%, he may say, to me it's still material because this is the first time the client has acquired a bank loan. He has never had a bank loan before, and therefore he may not have had experience on accounting for bank loans in accordance with the applicable accounting standard in his financial statements. So to him, based on performance materiality, even if it's less than 1 or 2%, he would consider it to be material, and in that case is using his professional judgment. Otherwise, in terms of the benchmark called revenue, in this case, I'll tell you that this, in most cases, and in the questions you'll have, this will not be limited to an item that is in the balance sheet, which will be based on total assets, or an item in the P&L, which will be based on the PBT, profits before tax. This can be on any item or any account transaction. So we shall say this is not limited and hence can be applied or can be used to assess the materiality of any item in the financial statements. And this is hugely because, or mainly because the client is trading to earn revenue. So mean that if, for example, what the auditor is trying to test whether it's material is the acquisition of a new asset, like a new machine, he can check its materiality based on the revenue, on the basis that the company has acquired or purchased that machine to increase the production of its goods and services to earn more revenue. Or if it's a liability like a loan, which would be the balance sheet, the auditor can also test that loan based on revenue on the basis that the company has acquired a bank loan to be able to increase its capacity or increase its assets or increase its production to earn revenue. So meaning that in the exam, if you're not sure whether the transaction or balance you're going to test materiality should be against total assets, because total assets is restricted. So recall that this one is restricted. So you're not sure whether I should go for total assets, and yet I know that when it comes to total assets, that one is limited. So I'm not sure whether this one, I will be correct to use total assets. Neither am I sure whether I should use profits before tax, because also profits before tax, using it is limited to only items in the P&L. Then in that case, in the exam, I'll tell you that always go for revenue, because revenue is not limited. So this is not limited. And in any case, it can go for any transaction or any item that is in the financial statements, including any disclosures. So you must have gotten this information by now from your tuition providers. Okay, so before I continue, I want to double check in your comments to see if there's a question that you have. So Fiona says, sir, what if they have indicated the kind of risk in the case of study, like maybe audit risk? Don't we need to state it while answering the requirement in case? So I recall I told you that you don't have to repeat the requirement. I mentioned it where I said that a student, for every point you want to say, the audit risk to be identified or to be evaluated shall be, this examiner has already told you that what I has told you that I want you to give me audit risk. Why do you keep repeating in your answer that the audit risk is the answer in red? So this student wants to say the audit risk is that, or the audit risk, let me put that in capital letters. The student wants to write the audit risk even wants to say the significant, because the question was the word significant. The significant audit risk to be identified or to be evaluated. The question was to evaluate. To be evaluated is therefore, so that student saying, is therefore that ABC has not revalued. Then you continue the second point, another point. Again, you want to say the significant audit risk is to be evaluated. Again, you're writing the same thing. I can assure you this statement that I'm going to put in a different color. I should have put it in red, but it will not make it clear for you. So that statement, let me put it in this color. That statement, the examiner says, I know that is me who told you significant risks, audit risks, evaluate. Why do you repeat? So you don't have to mention the word audit risk or the word risks of material misstatements or the word business risk, because the examiner has already stated it for you. So the lady who was asking for that question, I think Fiona, please don't waste that time in the exam. Actually, you'll irritate the person who's marking your script. You'll bore him or her. You're boring. Of course, Icpar requires the people marking your script to be patient by nature, but you're boring. You're repeating what the examiner has told you. Just imagine at home where you're asking your son or your daughter or anybody at home to say, describe yourself, tell me about yourself. And this boy continues to say, I am describing myself in the sense that I am tall. Then it finishes that point. Mommy, again, I'm describing myself in the sense that I am brown. You say, yes, I leave alone describe. You say, I am tall, I am brown, I am fast, and you're moving on. You're not boring your parent. I hope, Fiona, I'm telling you, you will waste your time. Yes, the examiner will still mark you, but you're boring. Just like at home, that kid is boring. End of this session, share us with this document. I told you, yes, I will share, but you're already, Molingo, you're starting to disappoint me. That is the student who's going to struggle. These things I'm writing, I'm hoping, and I gave you 10 minutes to get a piece of paper and a pen. And to be honest, in other countries when I'm teaching, I'm not even writing. They are listening and they are writing. So, Molingo, please, on the day you're in the exam, the examiner will not say, give me Bruce's answer, so that I mark Molingo. They'll ask for Molingo's answer. I'll still give this document to Icpar to give it to you, but please try to test yourself now. That's what I said, practice, practice, practice. Otherwise, you become lazy. And on the exam date, people who are lazy don't pass. Okay, so back to my guide. So meaning that if I talk about materiality, I know that that materiality is either quantitative and always in the exam, or usually in the exam, there will be an issue of quantitative. But at times there can be an issue of qualitative, which I'm going to look at later. Now, before I look at qualitative, I'll say that, for example, if I picked a question, assuming I go back to the other case of derivation. So let's say that, assuming that in the exam, this is the example I have. So assuming that in the scenario given to you in the exam, they have mentioned, or it is mentioned, that ABC's total assets are projected, because this question is about the planning stage. So the year has not yet ended. So the examiner may say are projected to be 400 million francs. I'm just using any figure, 400 million francs at the end of the year. And in that same question, they've also told you that the revaluation of the building, in Kigali, the revaluation of the factory building in Kigali resulted into a revaluation gain, of let's pick 20 million francs, Perhaps they could have said that ABC Limited's total assets are projected to be 400 million. Then they also gave you another, maybe the profits before tax is projected to be 200 million francs. Is 200 million francs, and the revenue for the year is projected to be 1,000 million francs. So that information is given to you, and they told you that in this year, this client, for the first time, revalued the factory buildings, but has the information talks of factory building in Kigali, and this resulted into a revaluation gain of 20 million francs. If I'm this student, this is what I would say. I will say, and let's create scenarios of different students. Let's say student 1, or before that, let's say that in reality, the materiality threshold for the revaluation gain, because that's where the potential risk is. The client could have potentially recognized revaluation gain without complying to the I-16 that requires all assets in the same class to have been revalued. So that 20 million could be the problem. So the materiality for the revaluation gain, is going to be limited to 1 to the total assets. I'm hoping now you know why it's total assets, because this is a PPE. Because as a factory building, it's a PPE. And a PPE is an asset. Okay, so to total assets and to revenue. Don't say profits before tax. So it's total assets and to revenue. Total assets because it's a factory building, and as a PPE, it's an asset. Revenue because this building is used to produce, to manufacture, it's a factory. It's used to manufacture goods or services, or goods that are actually sold to earn revenue, because the factory is used in the manufacture of goods sold to earn ABC revenue. That's why I'm also using revenue. In this case, do not use profits before tax benchmark. Why? Because a revaluation gain has gone to other comprehensive income and revaluation reserve, so it has not gone anywhere in the profit or loss. So do not use the PBT benchmark, as the revaluation gain has not been recognized in the P&L, where the PBT is the one that you would use if this item was in the P&L. So a student who's starting to say the materiality, or sorry, this figure revaluation gain of 20 million is material in respect to PBT, that student is wrong, because in this case, if you know your accounting standard, the client will not have taken that revaluation gain to the profit or to the profit or loss, except if in the scenario they tell you that the client has recognized the revaluation gain in the profit or loss. Then in that case, you'll use the profits before tax as a benchmark, because that profit before tax has been misstated, since revaluation gains should have gone to OCI and to the revaluation reserve. When I go back to the total assets, it will mean that in this case, I'll be checking it against the fact, and I'll tell you in the exam, you have 2 choices, but I'll tell you the one that I'll pick usually, or encourage you to do. Either you can show the working to say that that 20 million revaluation gain divide by the total assets, which was given to me as 400 million. Total assets were 400 million, if you remember. So divide by the 400 million times 100%. So on your calculator, 20 divided by 400 million times 100% is, I think, 5%. This is 5% of the total assets. And because 5%, and remember total assets, we are looking at 1 to 2%. So therefore it's material. So we shall say, and hence it is material. So just a moment. So it's material. So that's what we've written. Now there's another student who can put, which is what I'm putting in the bracket. Another student can be straightforward to say that the revaluation gain, that revaluation gain of 20 million, that revaluation gain of 20 million francs is 5% of the total assets, and hence material. So those two students are writing the same and they'll earn the same marks. The risk is that the one who has gone straight without showing a working, if this figure is wrong, especially significantly, this is not a mathematics exam. The examiner is okay to allow a room of error, human error. Maybe you've said 5.5%, or you've said 5.7%, or 5.2%. They will not say it's wrong because it's almost, and that's why you will say it's based on the range. Is it within the range? If you've written 4.7%, it's okay. But if you've written 9%, that's so far beyond the range of 5%. So that student is mathematically wrong and also technically wrong here. So we shall not give that student the mark then. But if you've said 5%, sorry, 9%, because you're in a hurry, you remember that exam you're writing in a hurry, yet you've shown the working. If you show this working, the person who's marking your script will not go for the 5%. The person who's marking your script will mark that working, because that working is based on the information given to you, which is exactly 200 million and 400 million. So that student, even if this answer is wrong, even if the figure there is wrong, you are written 5% instead of the right figure, the person marking your script will still go ahead and give you a full tick because they go by the working. So that student is not risking, like the one who has gone ahead to only use the calculator and put a wrong figure because he's in a hurry. Instead of writing 5, he has written 9 by mistake, and he has not even cross-checked on the computer to say, oh, was it 5 or was it 9? So that other student will automatically get 0. Now this, I'll come to, maybe I can emphasize it. This is because materiality marking, you must get both the figure and the conclusion correct. So let me put it here as a note. But please note that in the materiality marking, or in the marking for materiality, you are only awarded one full mark when both the calculation, which calculation is reasonable, when that calculation, that mathematics is not to be exactly the figure in this case, but when both the calculation and the conclusion are correct. So both must be correct. Not one of them correct and the other one is wrong. So what do we mean conclusion? That conclusion is to say that what is material. So here you've concluded that it's material. If you got this figure correct, 5%, but by error you said it's immaterial because you don't remember quantitatively that above 2% of total assets when you say it's material. You're confusing it with profits before tax to say, oh, but you see, it's not above 10%. Then by error here you say it's immaterial. Your examiner will say, I need both the calculation and the conclusion to be correct to give you 1 mark. I don't give half a mark to say, okay, because he has gotten the percentage correct, but the conclusion, so he has gotten it wrong to say it's immaterial, yet it's material, then let me give this student half a mark. No, it is 1 mark or 0. So it's marked as 1 full mark, or it's marked as 0. So it's marked as 1 full mark or as 0 mark. If any or both the calculation and or the conclusion is wrong. If any of those or both of them are wrong, then you'll earn 0. So in this case, therefore, if I go to this student who has calculated 20 million out of the total assets of 400 million correctly, even if you don't have this figure in red, but you've shown me the working, and you've correctly concluded that it's material, then that student is getting 1% for that statement. Otherwise, if you've calculated, even if you've taken the trouble to show me the working, but you conclude wrongly that's immaterial, then it's 0 marks. Please, at this point, you don't even have to say that in respect of the statement of financial position. So let me put it in bracket. In regard to or in respect to the statement of financial position, because that's where assets are. I know, yes, it is what you would see in the books, and because you have an open book, you are actually copying and pasting, and yes, you're writing that word in respect of the statement of financial position. That is good. It's not you're wrong. But the examiner says the 1 mark is based on 2 things, the calculation and the conclusion, that word material. So even if you're saying in respect of the financial statements, or in respect of a specific statement like statement of financial position, or in respect of the balance sheet, no one minds. The examiner and the marker does not mind that extra. He has already picked the 2 important things he has picked in this statement. One is the figure, one is that figure, if possible, the working for the figure, and the conclusion. And he says those 2, 1 full mark. Now, if I continue, this student who also goes ahead to say that in addition, so that student will say, in addition, you've already made the statement in respect of the assets, but because you got to the exam knowing that always revenue is another, you don't want to take a risk. And I'll tell you that that student is also another good student who does not want to take a risk, because if you've gotten the issue here wrong on total assets, the examiner gives you another chance. Check it with revenue, because revenue is always available to check it against. If this student goes ahead to say that in terms of revenue, the revaluation, so would compute the revenue was how much in our scenario? Revenue was 1,000 million francs. Yeah. So, and yet the revaluation is 20 million. So this student is computing to say 20 million divided by 1,000 million times 100%. And that student is getting, on my calculator, I have 2% equals or is 2% of the revenue. So here you have done the calculation correct. And you continue to say, because in terms of revenue, the moment it's more than 1%, it's material. And this is now 2% of revenue. And you're saying, and hence, it is material. So you have got it correct as well. Now, please note, even if you've done the 2 because you don't want to take a risk, you've done the material calculation based on the total asset, which will be the primary threshold, and also secondary based on the revenue, because revenue is there for anything, and both of them are correct. The examiner has a limit. He will say, because it's the same thing, revaluation gain, you only have 1 mark for materiality, not 2 marks. They'll not say, okay, because he has gotten it correct on total assets and also correct on revenue, so 2 marks. No, they will give you 1 mark. Only that, you will not have taken a risk. What if the first was wrong because you concluded wrongly or you calculated wrongly? Then here you have a chance. You've given yourself a second chance to repeat yourself. And the examiner will say, even if the first one was wrong, total assets, you've given your chance and you used it well, I'll give you the mark on the revenue. So in that case, you'll give it to you based on revenue. If you don't do this, these 2, for this case of revaluation gain, and you did it on profits before tax, where in this case it will be wrong, because profit revaluation gain has nothing to do with your profit or loss, then in this case, the examiner, even if you've calculated it correctly and concluded it, both by the way, those words are not correct, but I'm just saying, assuming mathematically you calculated it correctly, to say 20 million against because the examiner will be tricky, I will give you that figure, profits before tax, to see if you don't know what I've given you today. So you get 20 million divided by 200 million, which is 10%. And because you know that anything that is 10% and more of profits before tax is material, then you come ahead and you're very happy. Even even the examination room, I thought that figure was material. You see, it was against profits before tax. Revaluation gain was 10% against profits before tax, so it was material. So I have that mark, which Bruce on that night told me, you're very wrong because you are not able to comprehend. Remember, I told you that this examiner wants you to have a comprehension. You're not able to comprehend that revaluation gain only goes to other comprehensive income and revaluation reserve, not to profits or profit or loss. So yet you're comparing it to profits before tax. Surely it is not having anything with that profit before tax. Look for where it has missed. What has it misstated? It has misstated the total assets, and it could be impacting on the revenue because they revalued to have a gain to impact on the revenue production. So it impacts on the revenue only, not the entire profit or loss, just the revenue line. So I hope I've done even the teaching. The reason is that you'll not leave this exam without doing materiality. So materiality is always in the exam, especially quantitative materiality. It's always there in the exam. So perhaps even when I've taken quite enough time on it, as if I'm doing teaching, it's important because this is a tip for your exam. In the next few days, your exam will come with materiality in it. You need to know, how do I write materiality? I need to only compute the figure and conclude. So mean that if I go back to what I've written here in red, look at the red, you remember you already had 3 marks. The accounting treatment, you had 1 mark. The recognition, identification and recognition of the risk, you also had 1 mark there. Then the impact on the financial statements, you had 1 mark based on the fact that you've picked overstated asset and overstated profits. Then this is why you would say that the revaluation gain on the revaluation gain of 20 million francs of 20 million. So yeah, 20 million francs for the factory building, based or located in Kigali is, now I can pick it from the asset side. So remember that we've said in this case, where is the asset side? So we saw it's 5%. So you could even pick it from here to say, is this, and hence it's material. So let me pick that statement, take it here and say this is the student writing it. Is that figure, which is 5% and hence material. So that student has 1 mark. Not half, not what? Not half, but 1 mark. Both calculation and conclusion is correct. So in total, this student who had 3 marks now has a 4th mark in that paragraph. So that student has a 4th mark in the paragraph. Now, again, let me put a note down here. If you just said, because you have calculated it on your calculator, or you don't have time in the exam to even calculate to get that 5%, but because you know or you think that this item should be material, because most of the information in there with figures will be material. If by that you just went ahead and said that the item is material, so if you only stated that the revaluation gain, that statement up there, if you only stated the revaluation gain of 20 million francs is material and you left it there without supporting it with a calculation, your max is 0. Why? The examiner says, I only give you 1 mark if there are 2 things in that statement. 1, a correct calculation, which is only reasonable, not mathematically very correct, but reasonable. And secondly, for a conclusion, which is correct. So you've only given me a conclusion, but not the calculation. So, and yet we cannot give you half a mark, so it's 0. Now, otherwise, there are transactions or balances that will always be assessed to be material qualitatively, and those ones you don't even have to compute. So I want to talk about those qualitative materiality. qualitative materiality. So qualitative materiality, in this case, we are talking about that item that is determined to be material by its nature. So we shall say that this arises for transactions, for those transactions and or account balances that are considered to always be material by their nature. So this will arise for, let me call this number one, for those transactions, those accounting transactions and or account balances that are considered to always be material by their nature. Secondly, also those key disclosures, key or significant disclosures in the notes, the financial statements that are considered again to always by their nature, to be material. So mean that this will be, for the number one, this will be irrespective or regardless of whether their quantitative figures or their amounts or values are immaterial quantitatively. In other words, are not material quantitatively. So if I go for the other thresholds, quantitatively. So even if their figures are small, example is any payments made to the directors. So payments like a bonus made to the directors. So if there are any bonuses or payments that are made to the directors, even if it's a small amount of money paid to these directors, we shall have them put on the face of the financial statements in accordance with an accounting standard called IAS 1, to have it presented directly on the face or disclosed directly in the notes to support the person reading the financial statements, the fact that yes, the directors, more likely on the basis that they are decision makers, have paid themselves that bonus. It's good for understandability, but it's also good for faithful representation on the basis that they could be actually within that power or authority to decide for their own monies. So by their nature, a payment to a director like a bonus or any remuneration or bonus or payment to them shall be considered to be material by their nature. Those ones you don't have to even do this calculation to say, let me compute it against total assets or revenue or profits before tax, and you start wondering, what should I use, total assets or profits before tax or revenue? The moment you come across that, please always take it to be material. Another would be a related party transaction. A related party transaction. So if there's any related party transaction, a buying or a selling of an item between related parties, for example, if the company makes a transaction with a member of the key management personnel or their relatives, like a spouse, if they actually make a payment, they supply or they buy from the wife of the general manager, then that's a related party transaction, because by the general manager is a key management personnel, and therefore the wife is related to him. And because of his influence in the organization or her influence at home as a wife, this transaction could have taken place, even if it's a small amount of money. Or a transaction between a group like a parent and a subsidiary, so intra-group transaction. So in the individual accounts of those group members, so the individual accounts of the parent or the subsidiary. That's a related party transaction. Recall at the consolidated level, it is cancelled. Under group accounts, that intra-group transaction is cancelled. So we shall not even find it on the face of the consolidated statement of profit or loss. But in the individual accounts of the parent, there will be a sales revenue. In the individual accounts of the subsidiary, there will be a cost of sale purchase. So that by its nature, it's that by definition, it's a related party transaction, and that therefore by its nature, it's material. However small it is, in those individual accounts of either the parent and also the subsidiary, they should disclose that related party transaction in the notes to the financial statements. So those are examples. In the exam, if you find the examiner is saying there's a bonus paid to the directors, or there's a transaction with a related party, and they will not tell you it's a related party, they will tell you which is that party, and for you, you need to use your knowledge or judgment to remember that that is an example of a related party, to call it a related party transaction. And because of that, there's a bonus mark in the exam. When you identify correctly a related party transaction, your examiner shall always give you half a mark. No, not half a mark, a full mark for you identifying that related party transaction or confirming that that's a related party transaction before even you go ahead to say it's therefore material by nature. So otherwise, if you're talking about significant disclosures, which are always considered to be material, an example here is the disclosure of uncertainties related to going concern. So e.g., a disclosure of material uncertainties regarding going concern. So that's material by nature. So at that point, you have talked about materiality. Please, that materiality is giving you an extra mark. If you remember where we came from, we say that in total, you'll always have 3 marks for a well-developed point on audit risk or risk of material misstatement, but you can have an extra mark because of materiality, and I've given you that additional guide. Or you can have an extra mark if you're having even figures that you can actually compare with, which is what I call analytical procedures. So if I can also briefly talk about analytical procedures, at times I say briefly, then I end up talking a lot of it because in a way it looks like I'm doing tutoring, which is not what I should be doing today. I'm assuming that the lecturer should have done this for you, what I'm doing in front of you, but I'm putting yourself, by the way, if you see what I'm trying to do, I'm focusing you to the exam in the few days to come. Even if you've had a lot of talking from the lecturer or a lot of reading from the content, today's session is to show you how do I earn the marks. Even if the question I will see will be original and I've not done or I've not completed this question Bruce has opened, I now know how, or the guide on how to write it to earn those marks, because that's the examiner's interest. Okay. Maybe if I go there, I see somebody has, pardon, thresholds on materiality misstatement are mandatory to know them, all of them. Yes, they are, because they come from the standard. I'm hoping the person who's asking is asking these figures here. There's 0.5% to 1%, or the 5 to 10%. It's important that by the time you go to exam, you remember them, but they are here. They are not many. They're here for you. And they come from that standard, ISA 320, and they are in your books or your documents because you need to use them. But remember that even if you have not given that figure, even if it's 7%, you can have another reason why you're going to still say it's material. Maybe on the basis that there's a high risk that the client is manipulating the accounts. The examiner will still say, if you can justify why below 10% or why below 1% of revenue or why below 2% of total assets is material to you, and you're using information in the scenario to justify, even you, they will give you that 1 mark. Because in that justification, you look like you linked it to performance materiality. Even if you've not mentioned that word performance materiality, which I believe at this stage or at this level of your paper, you should know what I mean by performance materiality, because in reality, out there in the field, auditors use it a lot as part of their professional judgment. Now, can I also talk about the analytical procedures? How do I earn in that same point which I've made here? recall that at this point I've had 4 marks, but I want to also earn extras in respect of analytical procedures, which is what I want to talk about down here. So analytical procedures. So a guide to analytical procedures, and especially how you are going to earn marks from analytical procedures. Remember, analytical procedures are guided initially guided by ISA 520. That standard is the one that guides initially, or basically, analytical procedures. But then there are other standards, like in this case, ISA 315 is very big. That standard on identifying and assessing risks of material misstatements. It extends it to risks of material misstatements can be assessed based on using analytical procedures at the planning stage, because analytical procedures are used by auditors as a mandatory requirement at the planning stage to help them with 2 things. One, to have a better understanding of the client's business, because they tell the auditor the trend of revenue, of performance, of position. So they hope the auditor get this additional knowledge of how the client is operating, the business industry or environment in which is operating. So it makes the auditor more knowledgeable about the client's business. But the second reason why analytical procedures are done is to help the auditor identify significant audit risks, especially those trends where his expectations were figures, but the figures he has computed are actually significantly fluctuating or different from his expectation. So in that particular case, the auditor is able to use analytical procedures to identify those significant risks of material misstatements, which it plans his audit for. So 2 things why auditors use analytical procedures at the planning stage especially. So I'll tell you that as a requirement, therefore, analytical procedures are a mandatory requirement. So these are a mandatory requirement at both the planning stage of the audit, at both the planning stage of the audit and the evaluation and review stage of the audit. That stage where you are evaluating or reviewing your audit results. So stage of the audit. I'm hoping you are very keen with the audit process. The audit process, assuming you've accepted the terms of condition or the terms of the engagement with the client, is that the audit process starts with the planning the audit. And that planning of the audit is where you are conducting key things like the risk assessments, the analytical procedures, the materiality calculations. So that's the first stage of the audit. That stage of the audit is subsequently followed by what we call the evidence gathering stage. So now that I have planned the audit based on the information I have about the client, which is actually assessed based on the risk assessment procedures I conducted, at times supported by the preliminary or interim audits I ran using the tests of controls. Then I have an audit plan. That audit plan is at the output of the audit planning. So I've finished that planning stage. The second thing I do is to come to conduct the audit to gather evidence, which is what I call the evidence gathering stage. And that's when you see the young ladies and men coming from an audit firm, seated with the client for like 3 to 4 weeks. And they're there every day. Some of them even visiting branches, some of them conducting other additional procedures, or some of them even holding or sitting with meetings with key relevant persons at the client side. So at that point, they're in the evidence gathering stage. They're testing, they're using their audit plan to test and acquire or obtain the audit evidence that will support their audit conclusion. So at that point, usually the big standard they're using is ISA 500, which is about audit evidence. And in there, they're looking at 2 main issues. So they are looking to get sufficient audit evidence as quantitative, in others, as too much evidence to support the conclusion. And they're looking to get appropriate evidence, which is evidence that's relevant and reliable. If it's, for example, in original form, while they're out there in 3-4 weeks, they are more interested in an original copy of the contract. Even if they're going to take a photocopy, they're asking the client, show me the original copy. Or they are very interested in the evidence which is documented, rather than where the client says, you know, we met and we agreed. They want the client to say, give me a copy of the document where you had it in a resolution and each of you signed. So at that point, their main interest is to get sufficient and appropriate audit evidence, but they can even extend to get that auditor evidence. They can even extend beyond them to say that beyond them and also beyond the client. To say beyond the information we get from the client, I can also directly confirm with the bank balance by asking the bank to give me a copy or a balance of the client at that year end. I can go beyond the client by getting to the creditors through a circularization to see which creditors I can actually look to and ask them to confirm what were the payable balances they had. Or I can actually confirm with the debtors or the customers who had not paid the balances they had. So they are going beyond the client in getting that evidence. Or they can even go beyond themselves as auditors, the audit team, to say beyond what our work we've done as 5 people who have come to audit. Let's also go to other professional experts to say, let's use the expert who is good in valuation, who's good in tax, and they bring that 6th person or the 7th person to deal with specifically that highly technical area called the tax, the deferred tax figure in there, or the pension benefit item there, the defined benefit pension obligation figure in there. They bring in an actuary in there. So in that case, they have gone beyond themselves to bring in experts, or they have gone beyond the client to actually now talk to third parties like the creditors, the debtors, the bank. So that's what they call the audit evidence gathering stage. After that stage, when that stage called audit evidence gathering stage is usually going to be seen by the auditor using working papers, and it documents and keeps records of all the information he gets at that stage in what they call working files. Then after that, he goes to what we call the evaluation and review stage of the audit. So the evaluation and review stage is when the auditor, especially the audit partner and the audit manager, sit together and look at what the audit team has brought, because usually the people in the field are the audit supervisor or the audit senior, or both the supervisor and the senior, with the team of young men and ladies who are called audit assistants or audit juniors. And those are the ones that are doing all this donkey work based on the audit plan that was actually developed and approved by the manager and the partner. Recall that audit plan can continuously keep changing as and when circumstances demand it to change. So that audit plan that was approved by the partner does not have to remain the same. So over time, it can keep changing based on the information they get and the circumstances under which they are struggling to work in, so they can keep having it change. But now in the evening or at the end, towards the end of the audit, the partner and manager come back to be the ones holding this particular stage to say they are leading on the evaluation and review by reviewing what information and documents the audit team has put in the files, which will support the audit conclusion they are about to give. At that stage of the audit evaluation and review, the audit partner and the manager cannot even be rushed. You can't tell them that, you know, we left the client yesterday and the client was expecting a draft audit report tomorrow. Please, manager and partner, these people are actually putting a lot of pressure to me. They are making calls. Give them the draft auditor's report, or give even them the draft management letter. No, they cannot be rushed. They want to articulately evaluate. Do we have all the necessary facts, all the necessary evidence, all the necessary documentation that support the audit opinion we're about to issue? Even if the client is saying we have dates we've already agreed with our stakeholders, like the annual general meeting or these kind of things, please, this partner and manager will not be rushed, especially for those clients that are actually called significant clients. So in that evaluation and review, that audit partner and manager are looking at the strength in terms of the sufficiency and the appropriateness of the evidence that the team has brought back in these working files, to see whether that information or evidence can support the conclusion they are going to make, or there are still gaps whereby they can actually call the client to say, we still need to come back and find out, or interview or meet with somebody, or look at this contract of a particular customer. So in that case, the file they have from the team is missing this. At times at this evaluation and review stage, the audit senior will even come to the partner and manager to say that while we conducted the audit based on the plan, even if we kept changing the plan, we did not initially anticipate that the client will involve himself in a lease contract. We thought all the 5 buildings he has across Rwanda are all his own. but we've realized that one of the building, even when it was legally his, he has sold it and leased it back at the end of the year. So that building is not longer legally his own, it's now a leased back asset, but we did not think of it. So we have identified it during the physical inspection of the documents and the building, that the building now has a new logo on it, or the documents have now a sale and lease back contract in it. So please, manager and partner, take note that that one will not fully audited it, that sale and lease back transaction. So that partner and manager will not be rushed by the client to say, okay, let me give you this because you have a pressing demand from the shareholders that need the report today. No, he will need to come back and audit that sale and lease back. So that's the reason for evaluation and review. And I'll tell you later that at the evaluation and review, as a mandatory requirement, the auditor must conduct again analytical procedures, because at that stage, more likely by the time the audit team has come back, there have been adjustments during the audit field work, the evidence gathering, where the client may have corrected some figures, or the client did not even give you all the figures that were all accurate on the draft stage, at the planning stage. So he's now giving you second copies of the second trial balance or second balance sheet, which meant that your initial planning or preliminary analytical procedures at planning stage was based on figures that were not yet complete or not yet revised. So at the evaluation and review, the auditor and manager, especially and partner, shall conduct another analytical review on now revised figures. Now, after that stage, we have the audit completion stage, which comes through an audit report. So that report is a report that I'll talk about next time we meet. That report is only addressed to shareholders. They don't report it to management. Even if it's management that receives it, it's the shareholders. The report is addressed to shareholders. At that point, the auditor is concretely sure, but with just a reasonable assurance, not absolute assurance, that yes, his opinion can be defended, and is giving you a reasonable assurance in that particular case that yes, the accounts are okay, not absolute assurance. So we shall talk about that. So I'm hoping that before, in the few days to come, you're aware of those stages of the audit. Similar to a normal day, like the way you started today morning up to today evening. Maybe yesterday, as you went to sleep, you planned that today, on Tuesday, 15th November, in the office, this is what I plan to do. And that was your planning. You either did yesterday night or early morning. Then along the day, you started implementing those things. Some of your things changed the plan. So I mean that plan could have changed along the way, but you started with a plan to make your day orderly. Now, at the evening of the day, maybe at 5 p.m., you started reviewing whether your actions of the day have actually worked. People call it lessons learned. Have it worked, or there are things that have failed to work? So the partner and manager cannot be rushed. That, you know, me, I want my report. They want to check what has worked well, what has not worked well, where do I need more information? Then at the evening of the day, which is the end of the day, you have your report, that this is how the day went. So that's how even the audit process is. So what I'm writing here is that analytical procedures are mandatory, and they must be done at both the planning stage of the audit and the evaluation and review stage of the audit process. However, they are only optional. So we shall say, and this option will be based on the auditor's professional judgment, based on the auditor's professional judgment at the evidence gathering stage. So at the evidence gathering stage, this is only optional to use analytical procedures. So the analytical procedures at the evidence gathering stage are basically going to be determined by certain factors that can tell the auditor that, in my judgment, let me also apply analytical procedures. And that is the position where under ISA, ISA 500, that standard is on audit evidence, using the audit evidence, using the audit evidence gathering skills or techniques, which techniques are built on what I'll call the AEIOU approach, the auditor will now use what we call the substantive analytical procedures. So this is substantive. Substantive is like testing details. Substantive analytical procedures. If you want to audit firms, they will not even give you that detail. They will say, we're using SAPs, substantive analytical procedures. So those who know what AEIOU means, A in this case, let me just tell you, it's this is taught to you at the I1.4 paper, intermediate. When you're gathering evidence as an auditor, you may use a skill called A. In this case, A is where you are. A is where you are using the analytical procedures. A here is where you are using the analytical procedures. It's not even the AIU. This is how it is. So let me, sorry, I need to go and that is that's the actions. AIU is the actions or the verb. Here we are using the approach as below. So the approach would be this at the evidence gathering stage. The techniques would be as below. So the techniques to gather evidence or the skills that are used to gather evidence will include the following. Either you are going to make an inquiry. So either you are going to make an inquiry. So that's the action. So you'll inquire from management. And this inquiry is usually supported with what we call confirmations. So you want to confirm it. So you don't only want to listen to management, you want to confirm it. Or you are actually going to inspect. So you can inspect a document, or you can inspect a procedure, or you can inspect a building like an asset like a building. So you can use an inspection, or you can use observation. Usually these are for internal controls. If you're testing controls, you can observe how the client pays out money to the staff. Are there cash control procedures? Those people go in the cashier's office when actually the cashier's office is locked, and is there something like maybe a safe? Is there like a burglar proof that safeguards the cashier from any theft? So do they do cash counts? So you can observe how the cash counts are done, the inventory counts are done. So that's one way of getting evidence. Or you can actually run what we call a recalculation. So you can recalculate the depreciation figure, or you can recalculate the impairment loss. So recalculations or recomputations. Recalculations and or recomputations. So you can do that. Then you can also conduct analytical. So recalculations is where you actually say, let me recalculate the depreciation and confirm it with your figure and see whether you have actually done it correctly. So, or you can recompute it or recalculate it. Otherwise, the fifth is actually using analytical procedures, which is the substantive analytical procedures. So I can actually get audit evidence at the evidence gathering stage using the analytical procedures through what we call the SAPs, substantive analytical procedures approach. So at the evidence gathering stage, it's optional. It's not a requirement. It's optional. But at the planning stage, it's a must. At the evaluation and review stage, it's a must. The question is, how do I conduct these analytical procedures? You're going to conduct analytical procedures, especially in your exam, by actually computing what we call trends. So you're going to do some calculations. You're going to calculate based on the figures that are given to you. And those calculations are mainly trends or comparisons, or trends for comparisons. So meaning a figure for this year compared to last year, or a figure of this company compared to another company. But that is not enough. Also go ahead to analyze them if you want to get the examiner's mark. So you should go ahead to analyze those figures. Analyze the figures or interpret the figures. Where, for example, you may do the following. You may compute the trends. If you compute the trends or the figure only, that alone will not earn you a mark. So this alone will not, in this exam, earn you a mark because anybody else can also compute that figure. So here the trend can also be the ratios. So compute the trend or the ratios. You know, the ratios like gross profit margin or operating profit margin or return on capital employed margin. So either trend to say revenue has increased, operating expenses have increased, property, plant, and equipment has increased. That's what we call a trend. Or it could be a ratio to say return on capital employed is this compared to last year. So in any case, there will always be a comparison. So that alone is not earning you a mark until you analyze it. So in other words, so that is to say, if I leave this point, I will say, that is to say, you'll only earn a mark for this ratio, for the computed trend, for that computed figure, which is either trend or a ratio, if you go ahead and explain or analyze that figure. So if you go ahead and explain or analyze the trend, the computed trend or ratio, otherwise you have not done analytical procedures. That word analytical procedures means that go ahead and analyze it or go ahead and explain it. They don't mind, the examiner does not mind even if you've analyzed it wrongly, but go ahead and analyze it. So mean that here, the first thing is that I'll always compute it. Otherwise, I cannot be able to analyze it until I compute it. Otherwise, the second thing to earn my mark is that I need to go ahead and analyze it or explain it. So when I do both, that's when the examiner comes back to what you computed and says, therefore, that computation of a trend or ratio makes sense. So I'm giving this student a mark for that ratio or that trend he has marked. So he has computed. Please, I'll tell you that the computation in the exam is encouraged. As a student, please go by this statement, that this computation you're going to make is encouraged to be in the form, to be in the following form. Either compute it in terms of percentage, so either compute it as a percentage, so mean that have it as a percentage, or have it as a fraction, mean that you're having a fraction like it's x over y, maybe it's 1 over 2, or it's 1 over 2 is the 50%. Either you've said 50% or you've said 1 over 2, mean that you've not gone ahead to have it in percentage. So otherwise, do not use the absolute figures that revenue has increased by 50 million, except where you will find it relevant. So otherwise, do not only go for the absolute figure in the change. So let me tell you an example. If a student said that if student 1 in this paper, student 1 in this paper says that staff expenses or staff costs have increased by 100 million francs this year, that student has no mark, so 0. But if student 2 says that staff costs have increased by, and you can even say that 100 million, which is, and you can even use the calculation to say 100 million is the figure by which it has increased compared to last year. If last year revenue was, staff salaries or staff costs were 1,000 million, and now it's 1,100. So this year it has increased by an extra 100, which is therefore, if you put it in percentage, which is therefore 10%. So you say has increased by 10% compared to last year. So that student is earning a mark for that statement. The other one has a 0 because you went for an absolute figure compared to this one who has gone for percentage. So you're encouraged to use a percentage, or you could have said a fraction. 100 over 1,000 is like 1 over 10. So another student could say it's 1 over 10. We put it here. Say, yeah, 1 over 10 or 1 over 10. So this student is okay, student 2. They'll give him that mark. That mark is only if you have made a statement to explain it. So you go ahead to analyze it. Okay. Now, how do I analyze it? We analyze it by explaining any significant variation that may connect this figure to an audit risk. This is done, that analysis is done by explaining any significant variation or difference that may connect this item, or this transaction or this balance, it could be an account balance, to an audit risk. So to an audit risk, recall that that audit risk is the figure we have up there, or risk of material misstatement. Okay. Now, mean that in this case, I'll do this. Assuming that if I go back to the example I had up there, if I go back to the example of the revaluation gain, which was 20 million francs, if you remember, for the factory building in Kigali. And I want to earn this extra mark, that factory building that's based in or located in Kigali. Then I'll say that the PPE, property, plant, and equipment, has increased by, so I'll have that 20 million, assuming the balance sheet they had given me PPE maybe of 100 million. So I'll say 20 million divided by the PPE, and I'm looking at the PPE of last year, which they would have given you. Maybe last year it was 100 million. So the PPE has increased by 20%. So this is 20%. So these figures, I'll put them in bracket. I'll encourage you to show the working, because the working is what the examiner looks for. If you remember, I emphasized it when we were doing materials, that calculation. Even if this is not a mathematical paper, so they will say this is where they will give you, even if this percentage is wrong, they'll give you based on the working. So it's 20%. So the PPE has increased by 20% this year, due to the revaluation gain, on the factory building, located in Kigali. So this statement is a fact. You've not yet explained it or analyzed it in the context of a possible significant variation that may connect to an audit risk. So this is why you'd say that which may be linked to a possible manipulation or management manipulation, manipulation which is written like that, manipulation of the financial statements, as it's probable that management may want to present financial statements that indicate their assets or their buildings, their factory building increasing in value. Their factory building increasing in its value. So this statement is to say that there's a potential audit risk that the client could have therefore picked the factory building in Kigali rather than all the other 5 factory buildings, because he wants to indicate the factory buildings are going up and it's manipulating. So this statement, which I'm going to pick and take up there, is a statement that's going to earn you a mark. If I pick that statement and take it up to where we are writing our point. You remember our points in red. If I come, this student is writing his points in red and is coming to make this statement that the PPE has increased by this amount. And this student, at this point, the person who's marking your script will first leave this until he sees that you've explained it. Even if the explanation is wrong, but you've attempted to explain it, and your explanation is valid, or your explanation is strong enough, he'll give you the mark for the explanation, and you come back to the figure, the trend, that trend, and gives it a mark to say that trend can only be given a mark if you've explained it. And the explanation is correct, so there's a mark. If that explanation was wrong, it will give you 0, but it comes back the trend and gives you a full mark to say you've made use of the trend. So you have done analytical procedures. So the word analytical procedures is that you need to do some analysis on it. So that analysis is this that you've done here. So you've analyzed it. Either you have analyzed it correctly or you have analyzed it wrongly. So the analysis will earn its own mark, and the computation will earn its own mark. So at the end of it all, this point alone, if you look at this point, I had the 3 marks, which are the traditional marks. I had a mark on materiality, that is 4 marks. I have these 2 marks that I've earned from the analytical procedures. So in total now, I have 6 marks on that point. And that point had its heading that gave me the point to talk about. In that heading, I could even have been well organized. Rather than writing something that is congested, I'll have even had a line for each point I make. Each point I make within that section, I would say I have a point, and each point the examiner says, or each statement that is a point within that category gives you a mark to say this here. So you see the spacing I told you, even when it's within still the same point. So there's another mark in there. Then there's the mark on the materiality. We had the materiality somewhere. Yes, the materiality was there. So you have a mark there for the materiality, and you have the mark for the analytical procedures in there. And that student has written under the revaluation reserve or revaluation gain on the factory building, and that student has earned 6 marks. Implying, and I may not have time to go through this, implying that if I'm looking for 24 marks, go back to that part 8, 24 marks, and one issue has given me 6 marks, I only need 4 issues from a very long. I can tell you that revaluation, if there's any revaluation there, I could just pick it from one of the paragraphs. It is too much. So in the exam, therefore, you may not have to write on all this information if I know how to write audit risks, and I can complement them with materiality if the figures have, if there's figures in there to compute materiality, or even if they're not figures and this is material by nature, I know how to deal with that, and I also know how to deal with analytical procedures. So in this total 4 marks, I may be looking for just 4 to 5 points, and in my 4 to 5 points, I know how to get my marks, and I've concentrated on that. So that requires practice. Now, I know I've run out of time before I even go up there, or even before I look at how do we write audit procedures, which is where we'll start from next time. But I hope it has been very valuable. But before that, I think there are additional questions in here. Somebody was saying, pardon, thresholds of materiality. Okay, I talked about that. Okay, yes, somebody was saying, can I analyze a question by using quantitative and qualitative together? They will only give you 1 mark. Even if the transaction, correlated party transaction, was quantitatively material, because it's maybe 5% of revenue. But again, you say, and however, it's also material by nature, they'll give you only 1 mark on the basis of the first one you did. If you started with quantitative and it was correct, they'll give you that 1 mark on materiality and it will end there. But for you to be cautious and you don't want to run a risk, please, I would encourage you that those items that are material by nature, also go ahead and say that they are material by nature, especially when you computed material and they are immaterial. You'd say, however, the related party transaction is material by its nature, because what your examiner will do usually for a related party transaction will put there, it will be immaterial by quantitative. He wants to hear you say, however, on the basis that this is a related party transaction, it is considered to be material by nature, to give you the mark. Please learn as I live, as we conclude, that even when it's to be computed quantitatively, not qualitatively, and it's immaterial, don't feel like, can this be immaterial? Always marks are for immaterial. No, marks are for calculation and conclusion. Conclusion can be correct when it's immaterial. So that's still 1 mark. I'm saying this because there's an emphasis that most quantitatively, then you think something's wrong. You even rub it because you think the answer should only be material. Please, your examiner is aware that out there in practice, auditors go to compute materiality and find certain transactions or balances quantitatively immaterial. So that conclusion is also correct and it will earn you the mark. You only need to know the materiality thresholds, which are quantitative, and the principle, which have guided you today. So I think we're coming to a close, but I know I think people would want to raise questions. I don't know, Strato, whether I have chance to deal with those that have put hands up. Though I don't see them anymore. Oh yeah, I think they are there.
There is 2 person. Let me ask. So we have Emmanuel Mushumba and Muriko.
Yes. So is it okay for me to allow them to talk?
Yes, I allow.
Okay, you can moderate that.
Yes. Muriko, over to you.
Yes, I have a question on calculation of materiality. For example, on calculation of materiality on assets, what if we have the percentage of 6%? How are we going to say, is it material or immaterial?
So the moment it's above 2% of total assets is material. 6% is bigger than 2. It's material. I hope I'm answering what you wanted. So the moment you're taking it against total assets and it's more than 2%, it's material.
I would like to ask if it's between, maybe for profit, where we have 5 and 10%. What if the percentage we get is 6%? It's between 5 and 10. How are you going to say?
Okay, so this is what you'll do, Mulingo. If it's 6% of profits before tax, recall revenue should always be another option. Then you also say, however, it is 4% of revenue, assuming you've computed to be 4. Then in that case, you'll say it's 6% of profits before tax, which is immaterial. However, it's 4% of revenue, and therefore it's material. Otherwise, if it's 6% of profits before tax and less than also 1% of revenue, then you will be correct to say it's immaterial. That one is earning you a 1 mark because you're correct. It's immaterial. Except if in the scenario, there's any other information that triggers you to say, however, because this is the first time the company is revaluing, or because this is the first time or because the directors are being motivated to earn a bonus, then in this case, this will be considered to be material. That is okay also because you've supported it even when it was below the materiality quantitative threshold. So Mulingo, you need to look out for that. Your examiner says, and even in profession, materiality is an issue of professional judgment. And these figures you see in there, those thresholds, are just to give a guide, not to say that that's how the auditor must actually run around them.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so I'm done with Mulingo, Stratton.
Emmanuel Mushumba.
Thank you. Yeah, this is Emmanuel. I had two questions. The first one was responded partially. It was about the benchmarks of this materiality. So are these benchmarks can be used by the management when want to make decision based on the materiality, or they are only used in the audits?
Before you leave that, Emmanuel, this materiality is for the auditors. It's PwC. It's KPMG. It's them, not MTN. So the topic on materiality for MTN is a standard called IAS 1, presentation of financial statements. What is material to present on the face? That standard is not what we're doing today. That is a paper called A13. For us today, we are doing A12. A12 is audit firm.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So the other question was about why we eliminated the calculation of materiality basing on profit before tax, while we on the risk we said that the revaluation have affected the profit being overstated.
Okay, so if you looked at what we did, we said that if the client has not revalued all the properties in Rwanda and only revalued the property in Kigali, whose prices, because the property prices in Kigali could be going up, yet the property prices up country are going down, then the client is running away from revaluing the other 4 buildings, which would have a revaluation loss, and that loss could be higher than this gain, to make a total revaluation loss or net revaluation loss, which would go to the profit before tax. So the 20 million is a gain on its own, which if we continue with it as a gain on its own, it does not impact today on the profit and the profit or loss. But if we had brought in the other 4 buildings and their total revaluation loss is bigger than 20 million, then it will turn it into a revaluation loss that goes to the P&L. And that's why we say today, if we have not revalued the others, it is now going to impact on the profits, and the profits are overstated. But the 20 million on its own is not the figure. It's because of the other 4 buildings. So in this case, you're not looking at it from materiality. And that's why I told you that that point has 5 areas. Each area is on its own. First area is on accounting treatment. It's on its own, though linked to the point. The second area is on the recognition of the risk, that audit risk, with identification and risk recognition. The third area is on the impact of the risk. Assets are overstated or liabilities are over that word. So that's another on its own. The fourth area is materiality. The fifth area is analytical procedures. So now what you're doing, Emmanuel, is that you're starting to marry the two, one, the financial statement impact and the risk. The risk is on its own, that this client has only dealt with the office build or factory building in Kigali and forgotten the other 4. You get it? So deal with that alone. Come to the materiality to say, when I'm dealing with materiality, I'm dealing with it on its own. On its own, there's 20 million on its own currently today in the financial statements, and that 20 million is currently in the reserves and on the assets. It is not in the P&L. So I cannot compute it on the basis of materiality benchmark on the PBT, on its own materiality now. I hope you're understanding where I'm coming from.
Yeah, yes, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Okay, so I'm done with that, Stratton.
Yes, Anastas, over to you. Anastas.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. You will allow me to take you back to the question which was asked by my colleague about the benchmarks.
Yes.
As we saw, these benchmarks are ranging from a lower value to a higher value. And according to what you answered to my colleague, for example, for profit before tax, you said that if maybe we get 6%, that one is not immaterial, but 6% is above 5%.
Okay, so you're you're talking about.
I was thinking that since it is above 5, it will be material. Try to explain me.
Okay, so and that's why I told you that professional judgment is applied. In performance materiality, any figure in the P&L which is above 5% of profits before tax, in terms of performance materiality, shall be considered to be material. And how does it come towards performance materiality? You look at the nature of that transaction. By nature, if it's always risky or it has issues that are complex from its accounting standard, then anything above 5% by its nature shall be material. And in that case, you've dealt with it quantitatively. So that person who's asking me, you need to look at the item that you're dealing with. If it's just operating expense, it's okay. It can even be above 5%, and you consider it to be immaterial if it's not more than 10%. But if you're bringing in a profit on sale of PPE, you know, a profit on sale of PPE goes to the P&L. And every day you're not selling PPE. You're only doing it once. It's very possible you have done it specifically to make that profit go up. So the moment that profit on sale of PPE is above 5%, but less than 10%, in terms of performance materiality, we shall regard it to be material, because you could have chosen to sell to earn that profit since you are making a loss, or you could have done a sale and this back when in substance it's not a sale, and therefore in substance it's not a profit on sale. So that's where the author says that one, by its nature, even when it's not above 10%, but as long as above 5%, I will consider it to be material, and I will test it in its detail by conducting substantive testing or substantive procedures on it. So please, in the exam, usually the examiner will be picking, especially when the profits before tax is above 5%, will be picking an item which is by its nature material because of performance materiality, and he wants to hear you state that explanation. So that's the point. So yes, I can have 6% material, but there are cases where, which is not very normal, sorry, not very common, where the examiner can still give you above 5%, like 6%, but less than 10%, and is expecting and wanting you to say it's immaterial. In that case, even by its nature, it does not put a lot of stress on the auditor, because these are operating expenses like staff costs. Sorry, staff costs are already sensitive, but these are operating expenses that are not very sensitive for auditors. And therefore, yes, 6% is still below 10% to him. He will not put a lot of attention to it. He will sample it. Usually, again, he will not leave it unaudited. You run what we call a sample. He picks 2 out of 10 vouchers to deal with it. And he says, if these 2 are okay, and they are reasonable representation of the population, I'll go with that. I'm hoping you're okay with that. You've appreciated
yes,
why.
Correct. Yes, thank you.
Okay, so I think, Strato, we've come to a close. Let me just give you my closing remarks as you do your other final closing remarks. This is our first of the 2 sessions, my dear colleagues, as students. Today my focus was to put you in the mindset of the examiner and to help you, give you a guiding tool on key areas that are being examined. I'll follow that up again in our next session, but I don't want you to wait for my next session. Based on what we've talked about today, like analytical procedures or materiality or audit risk, if you can go and look out for any 2 or 3 questions in the past papers and attempt that approach, knowing that for every good or well-explained audit risk, I'm looking for a minimum of 3 marks, because I know where 1 mark comes from, the 2nd mark and the 3rd mark. If there are figures in there, materiality and analytical procedures are additional marks in there, go and start your strategy, knowing that risks are always in the exam, knowing materiality is always in the exam, knowing analytical procedures is always in the exam, and you are moving towards the exam day by practicing and practicing and practicing. So thank you for today, and I'm hoping that you've benefited from our session today. Over to you, Stratton.
Thank you, Bruce, and thank you everyone who managed to attend this first session. We will meet again on 20th from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. So to 5 p.m. And I hope everyone will get something tangible so that he or she can pass the exam. So thank you so much and have good night.
Welcome. Good night.